Ms. Hinton, you can hear as well? Nod, court reporter can hear?
I can, Judge. Thank you.
All right, very good. Slow us down or stop us if you need to. All right, we're here this morning on a temporary injunction.
Well, Judge, if I may, we need probably a couple of minutes because the meeting ID was incorrect. So all the plaintiffs are now texting and communicating with us, asking, what happened with the meeting ID. We can't log in. So if I could get a couple minutes just to make sure they all have the correct meeting ID and log in, I would appreciate it. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Thank you. Hold on.
As far as lawyers, we've got everybody we expected to have, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, for the defendants, we have myself, Dan Norby, and Amber Nunnally from Schutz. We're all here.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. How are we coming? And I understand there may be some logistics that'll take some time, so I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just trying to get a sense on where we are.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to reach out to each of these plaintiffs that were sent the original notice to give them the correct information and make sure they have it. So hopefully it won't take more than a couple of minutes, but I just need to go through each of them, and some have text and some don't respond to text, some respond to email, some so hopefully it will only be a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Judge, we were very well organized until we found out that the number was different than the one that had been on the notice. So,
well, here was my concern on that. Here's what I think happened. There was a notice that went out that anybody and everybody could have seen and said, I'm going to go on there, even if they were going to be noisy. So what I wanted was something we could have the attorneys involved, the court reporter, the witnesses use, and then make sure that it was available to anybody, whether they're from the media or interested in what happens for whatever reason, could also track it so they had access to what was happening live, and that's being taken care of by YouTube. If we have 1,000 or 2,000 people on, it'd be a constant game of whack-a-mole with me as far as somebody's dog barking or baby crying or TV noise or somebody screaming out they don't like what they heard somebody say. So it's just it becomes unmanageable if you've got over a critical mass.
yes, sir.
Judge,
Yes,
while we're waiting here, the defendants, we have a couple of housekeeping matters as well. I don't know if it makes sense to bring those up now or to wait.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm Denise, the court reporter.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. This is my first day doing this. I did a hearing last week, but today's the third day of trial. So are these the same people, the appearances? Or have y'all been making an appearance on the record?
We have not, no. This is the same team on both sides.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Your Honor.
Delay, I've been here for a while, but it's just lots of things going on unrelated to this case. So trying to stay as current as I can on everything. So let me get this case brought up on the computer. Okay, so let me grab my notes. We're going to go with another witness and let the doctor from the West Coast not have to start so early. Are we still doing that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning on behalf of the defendants. And the witness is on your screen when you're ready, Your Honor.
All right. I'm turning my phone off here.
Judge, before we begin with that witness, the plaintiffs have an objection.
Okay. Just a second. Let me find my, it takes me a while to set up all my notes here. Here we go. Okay, yes.
Your Honor,
Mr.
Josh Sheridan here.
Mr. Sheridan, okay.
All right. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
It's my understanding that defense counsel plans to call their what we're referring to as parent witnesses today. We understand that they are concerned parties here, that they have honest assessments and are convicted in their position on this, but it's our position that they're neither fact witnesses or expert witnesses. So the legal objection would be relevance. They cannot speak to standing. They cannot speak to the injury to the plaintiff. They cannot speak to the constitutional issues before the court. They can't assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or determining the facts and issues. So with all respect to those parties, we're objecting to their testimony here today.
Well, here's sort of the way I look at it. We're again doing this on a very, very accelerated time schedule. I'm being asked to weigh a lot of very weighty and important decisions, important to a lot of people on, there's probably more than both sides of this question, on all sides of this question. And I think it's reasonable for me to hear positions of some people who aren't doctors, but are just citizens who have some thoughts on this. Now, you know, whether they meet certain evidentiary standards or not, I still think it's important that I hear from all sides. So I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Sheridan, but respectfully, I think it's important to me to hear from everyone before I make this decision. So, you know, assuming we can finish the day, Mr. Bean, I'll be glad to hear from your witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, who's our first witness?
Miss Gillen, she's on the screen, Your Honor.
Ms. Gill?
Gillen, Gillen.
All right, I'm the judge, Ms. Gillen, and I'm going to place you under oath. So if you'll raise your right hand, I'll place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, I think she needs to, I read her lips that said yes, so I think we might need to check on the sound part.
Miss Gillen.
Yes.
Okay, I heard it.
Yes,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Okay, thank you. Don't be nervous. Everybody here is nice, as far as I know.
They are, Your Honor, they are.
Okay.
Miss
Go ahead.
Gillen, thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Miss Gillen, could you state your full name and spell your last for the record, please?
Jennifer Rose Gillen, Gillen.
Miss Gillen, where do you and your family reside? Which county do you reside in?
We live in Lee County.
Miss Gillen, do you have any students enrolled in public school in Lee County?
Yes, I do. I have two boys. They are in 5th grade and 3rd grade.
Miss Gillen, have you ever been employed by Lee County yourself?
Yes, I have. For about 2.5 years.
And
I
what-
worked
Go
as a science biology teacher.
And prior to that, Ms. Gillen, were you a teacher anywhere else?
Yes, we moved here in 2018 from New Jersey, where I worked as a biology teacher at New Jersey public schools.
Ms. Gillen, can you tell the court your experience with your fifth grader and his experience with masks in school?
Yes, my fifth grader has ADHD. Last year, during the mandatory masking, we did have an option to do Class Connect where we kept them home. So we chose to do that option. The masks made it for him so stressful and so much that he could not concentrate because he's always thinking about the mask. He can't breathe right. So instead of concentrating on work, he would have to concentrate on that. So we ended up keeping him home for the year and trying to do lessons at home, which presented its own problems. When you're trying to teach a child on a computer, it turned into him sitting at a computer between 5 and 6 hours a day in his room. He hated it. He absolutely hated it. He would tell me, "Mommy, I want to go back to school." He goes, "But I don't want to wear a mask." He goes, "I love going into the classroom, doing different things." He said, "But I don't want to wear a mask." So it was horrible. I mean, it turned into, I have to use the word child abuse to have him sit at a computer for all those hours a day. And then we ended up retaining him. He's repeating the fifth grade. He went in 3 times to do testing. And during those tests, he told me he just couldn't concentrate on his work. He couldn't breathe right. It added an extra stressor. He just was not happy. And he said, "I want to go back so much, but I can't." Where, being forced to wear this mask on my face. I mean, human beings breathe through their nose and mouth. To impede that and stop oxygen makes 0 sense.
Ms. Gillen, you said your oldest son is repeating fifth grade. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Any other issues that you have seen in your oldest son, and his when he was forced to wear the mask, or any other issues that you spotted?
Like I said, I feel like it's, he didn't even know this was going on, that we were having a trial. When I had told him what I was doing, he was really upset. I mean, I could see how stressed he was, that there was a possibility that we could go back to that. He just, when children socialize, they make facial gestures, they look at each other, they communicate. This can't be done when your face is hidden. So the added stress, even right now, without being forced, just the thought of it's upsetting him, and it messes up his work.
Ms. Gillen, you're a science teacher. Do you believe that your children are safer wearing a mask or not wearing a mask?
Absolutely safe for not wearing a mask.
Why is that?
You really have to think about the mask, okay? The holes in the mask. We're looking at 300.
Judge, I would object to this testimony as any kind of expert witness.
Look,
Thank you.
Mr. Sheridan, this is a non-jury trial. I've heard all the evidence. I can decide what weight to give the evidence. Let's just get through this. I want to hear her thoughts, and then I'll decide what weight to put on it, like I would any other witness. Overruled. Go ahead.
I have to remember, as a parent, when I'm told to do something, I don't just do it. I look at the facts. I look at data. Okay. So when I looked up the holes in the mask, 300 to 500 nanometers, and we have a virus as small as 20 nanometers Some scientists say up to 140 nanometers. It goes right through. Not to
Your Honor,
mention
can I just
the
make sure that
fact,
the rule of sequestration is invoked? I see somebody at the bottom of the screen that I think might be a defense
she's-
witness.
Yep, and she's our next witness, but if the, my opponent could not interrupt my witness when she's responding.
I'll
repeatedly,
try to, as long as your
trying to
witnesses aren't
silence her.
listening to your other witnesses.
Y'all, I told Ms. Gillen you were nice. You're about to make me look like I am a poor judge of character. Now, I want you to both stop talking at the same time. There's a clear right to invoke the rule of sequestration. All I have to do is take a brief moment. I think that's Ms.
It's Miss Kerwin, and I think she, yeah, I think you've already gotten her, or she took herself off the screen.
I think she took herself off. Let's see if she's in a. Okay, well, Miss Kerwin hasn't done anything wrong. I just want her to know that. I'll tell you a young lawyer story on me. When I was a young lawyer in the middle 70s, I worked with a pretty famous local trial lawyer, and we went through all these trials, and the judge says, "You want to invoke the rule?" And they all said, "Yes, let's invoke the rule." And it was 3 or 4 years later before I figured out what the rule was. And I was a lawyer trying cases, so I don't expect non-lawyers to know what the rule is. And in fact, there actually is a rule of sequestration, but we just called it the rule for years. So I have no problem with people accidentally coming in. It's not a problem, but I do need to be told about it. So let's go ahead. I'll hear Ms. Gill's testimony, but I want to hear from the standpoint of what a parent thinks and what weight I give to any scientific aspects or anything like that. I'll consider like I would any other witness. Mr. Bean. Now,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sheridan, make sure you show Ms. Gillen that I am a good judge of character.
I'm a great person, Your Honor. You're a great judge of character.
Okay. All right. I'm not so sure everybody agrees with me, but go ahead, Mr. Bean.
Your Honor, I think the defendants can stipulate to that, and we'll stipulate to Mr. Sheridan being a great person as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Bean, well, that's a start. Let's see what else we can agree to later on.
Very good.
Okay.
Ms. Gillen, you were talking about your
yeah, this is my own research. So I looked at the holes in the mask, not to mention the fact, I have glasses. When I was forced to wear a mask, the air would come up through and fog my glasses up. So, it's not only the holes in the mask, but it's on the sides, it's on the top. And so, of course, there's huge gaps there. So we have a virus that can enter through the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. Okay. So my greatest concern is knowing all this, that it can go right through. Then we have a child with a mask constantly touching their face, rearranging the mask. They touch a surface, they touch their book, pencil, anything, bathroom door. Then they touch their face. It's inevitable. You're not going to stop touching your face, and especially a child, if you're wearing a mask. Okay? So inevitably, they are much safer not wearing a mask than they are wearing the mask. Now, I went a little further and I said to myself, well, let's just look at numbers. Let's look at statistics. The CDC put out 335 children dying of COVID under the age of 17 and under in the last 18 months. Okay. Now we have to think about in the year 2018 to the 2019 flu season, which is only 6 months, 1/3 the time. 480 children died of the regular flu. No one cared, no masks. Okay. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to go crazy and give our children stop to socialization, give them extra stress, make it hard for them to concentrate, not to mention hard to breathe. Okay, mess up my child's whole education because of numbers like that. Think about that. Then I thought to myself, okay,
Mr. Bean, you're going to have to ask questions. And at some point, I have to put a limit on expert testimony. I'm trying to be very broad and inclusive, but
Thank you.
I can't take all day hearing testimony from
Science teacher.
lay witnesses that haven't been designated as experts. So
I understand, Your Honor.
and I can't have a rolling narrative.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gillen, I tell you, we've got 2 more witnesses to get through today and then the finish the cross-exam. So let me ask you this. Obviously, you take this decision very seriously. Do you appreciate the fact that you make the healthcare decisions for your children?
absolutely. I have to make the healthcare decisions for my children. That is my American right. And I have to just put this out there. Whenever given a chance, I stand for the flag, put my hand on my heart, because we have American men and women who have fought and died for our freedom, okay? Our rights, our freedoms. And now all of a sudden, instead of fighting another country, some communist country, for our freedom, we're actually having to fight some of our own people. That's frightening. That's really scary. So I take this very seriously. I take my right and my freedom very seriously.
Ms. Gillen, have you reviewed the governor's executive order, which is the subject of this lawsuit?
Yes.
What does it
I
mean?
read it over.
What does it mean to you?
I outright, I know I'll never speak to the governor in person, probably. So I just want to say thank you, Governor DeSantis, for fighting for our rights, because it is so important. Our American right and freedom to choose for ourselves and our children is huge. I want to point out, you didn't ask me anything about my younger son yet. He has Down syndrome. Okay. He's in the 3rd grade. I have family in Arizona that I can't visit because I can't get on a plane. They will kick me off. Okay. There is no way that I could keep a mask on his face for that many hours. They will literally just kick us off. It's horrible.
Ms. Gillen,
I have no right.
Ms. Gillen, I think you might want to know that the CDC and every school that's adopted a mandatory masking policy gives a medical opt-out. And it sounds to me like I can't imagine anybody who would think your children wouldn't qualify for a medical opt-out. So that they don't have to wear a mask based upon their conditions. Have you explored that opportunity yet?
Well, I think the biggest problem is I went through the 2020 last year's rules. They were so strict with the masks. I have a heart condition, and I had my doctor give a script saying I should not wear a mask because I had so much trouble breathing, especially going up and down the steps. I was gasping for air. I was literally holding the mask out from my face. The school district wouldn't honor it. They didn't honor anybody's medical anything. They were so strict, not a single child or adult in the school was given an opt-out. That's how strict they got.
Yeah, but that's what's being recommended now are medical opt-outs. That's what's being recommended.
I think that the parent should have the right to choose, because you have to realize every single child is different. Okay.
So Ms. Gillen, do you think the parents should have the right to choose whether or not their kids get vaccinated for diseases before they go to school?
Well, I know that parents have the right to opt out of different things for religious freedoms. I'm not really sure about each and every one of the vaccinations, so I can't speak to that. But in this particular situation, it's not only the medical aspect, but sometimes a child, and like I said, every child is different, they may be suffering under stress, under the fact that it's just mentally bothering them, and they can't concentrate because this is messing them up. So a parent has to see that and make that decision. And again, this goes back to our rights as Americans, that is now being threatened by some of our own people, which is really, I have to say, I'm actually scared. I'm scared for our country.
Being we're going far fair from mask ordinances.
Your Honor, I was done with her and then the court asked questions. So
I wanted to make sure Ms. Gillen, since she's taken her time to be here, for her to understand and hope that it gives her some comfort that in her children's case, it seems clear to me that they would be able to get a medical opt-out.
Actually, Your Honor, you're going to hear a witness that says a pediatrician in her area won't do it. So, and Ms. Gillen,
Not a pediatrician if they won't do it.
You'll hear the evidence on that, Your Honor, and I don't know that Ms. Gillen wants to do the same thing. So.
All right, thank you.
Yep, tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, are there any questions?
May I say one more thing?
Not really,
You didn't
Ms.
ask me much about
Ms.
my
Gillen,
younger son.
Ms. Gillen,
Ms.
no,
Gillen,
you have
Ms.
to only
Gillen,
answer questions you're
Yeah.
asked.
Yep, Ms. Gillen,
Mr. Sheridan, are there any questions? For
No,
her?
there aren't, Your Honor. We have no cross.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gill, and I appreciate it. I will take your concerns very seriously, and totally understand your concern for your two children, and I appreciate your time. Okay.
Thank you.
Who's our next witness?
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. You have a great day and you can listen in the rest of the day now. Ms. Benton.
Let's see if I can find her on the screen. She's not in.
We told them to,
I'm sorry?
I don't know if we told her to stand by, given the witness.
Let me look. I don't think there's anyone in a breakout room.
Okay, if you give me 1 second, Your Honor, I'll do some housekeeping.
Take your time and you can get her on the phone. Ms. Gill, you're going to need to, you're certainly welcome to watch, but on YouTube. So thank you so much. How many more lay witnesses do you expect, Mr. Bean? 2? Okay, that looks like University of Texas sign there, so I assume you must be a UT fan.
No, sir. I went to Vanderbilt, so we hate Tennessee. And Texas is now in the SEC, so I have to cheer for them, Your Honor. It's just another team to beat Vanderbilt. You know how it is. So.
Vanderbilt's a fine school.
Just wish we were a little finer in football, but we are baseball champions, so I'll take that.
Well, I think Vanderbilt, I'm sure, will continue to excel in all areas.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell Dr. Bhattacharya that how does he like going to school? The Vanderbilt of the West. So he doesn't appreciate that. So,
well, that is one way of looking at it. I've heard nothing but good about Vanderbilt.
I know I couldn't get in there today. I was very lucky to get in there in the 80s when I did. Maybe they didn't check my transcripts, but I was very lucky.
I'm not sure I could get into any accredited college today.
She should be zooming in, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Denise Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm the court reporter.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
All right, so we have
we should have Ashley Benton, Your Honor.
Ashley, are you there? I don't see Ashley.
Is she coming?
Let me keep checking the I don't know somehow, but for some reason yesterday, Mr. Dodson got stuck in a breakout room for a while, I think. until I just happened to notice he was there. So I don't,
Yeah, well, maybe we can go with Miss Kerwin.
Ms.
Hold on one
Kerwin.
second. Yeah, she was the one that we had to kick out.
Okay, well,
Can we maybe go with Kerwin on that? There we go. Your
Ms.
Honor, Ms.
Benton.
Benton.
all right, I'm sure she'll come up on the video in a minute. I think here she is. We'll get connected to the audio here. Ms. Benton, can you hear me? I'm Judge Cooper.
Yes, hi.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to place you under oath now. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bean, you may proceed with Ms. Benton.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ms. Benton, could you state your full name, spelling your last for the record?
Ashley Elizabeth Benton, Benton.
Ms. Benton, where do you and your family, in which county do you and your family reside in Florida?
Leon County.
Your Honor, could you put, Ms. Benton, hold on one second. Your Honor, can we put Ms. Kerwin in the waiting room?
Kerwin? Okay,
Ms.
again,
Kerwin, yeah.
all right, let's see. Okay,
Thank you. Ms. Benton, how many students do you have in public school? How many children, minor children, do you have in public school in Leon County?
4.
Okay. And what are the grades are they of the 4?
9th, 8th, 7th, and 5th grade.
The let's talk about your ninth grader. What ailments, if any, does she suffer from?
My 9th grader has ADHD, dyslexia, and sensory processing disorder.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the after HD.
ADHD, but about a processing disorder.
A sensory processing disorder.
Sensory processing disorder.
Miss Benton, what is the sensory processing disorder for your 9th grader?
For him, sensory processing disorder affects children in many different ways. For him, it's just the touch and sorry, I'm trying to get my words together. Everything is more sensitive. So touching, so like tags on his clothes, if there's a seam, just like bothers him and he kind of hyper focuses on it. And you know, if the sock's not on right. And he's a 9th grader now, so he's kind of learned what he can wear and can't wear and what makes him comfortable. And he's learned more how to adjust to it, but it definitely still affects him.
So the mask, does the mask wearing affect him?
Yes, it's extremely distracting to him because, you know, it's something that's on his face that is, you know, touching his skin and rubbing, and he also has ADHD, so he has a hard enough time trying to focus in class and things like that. So it's just very distracting and very bothersome for him.
What about your 7th grader? Can you tell the judge about your 7th grader and his experiences with the mask?
My 7th grader also has ADHD and dyslexia. He does not have sensory processing disorder, but his ADHD is pretty severe. He is distracted by everything. It's just one of those things that's very distracting for him, especially in a school setting when he's trying to pay attention and focus on the teacher. He also just personally has a hard time focusing on the teachers when they're wearing a mask, but the mask itself distracts him, but it also distracts him if the teacher's wearing one also.
Let's talk about your 5th grader. What can you tell the judge about your 5th grader's experiences with the mask?
So my 5th grader has childhood apraxia. and sensory processing disorder. Her childhood apraxia is a rare neurological condition that affects the nerves and muscles in her face and her mouth. It presents as a speech disorder in younger children. She was diagnosed at 3 years old by a speech language pathologist. Her pediatrician at the time did not even know what it was. So she sent us to a neurologist, and then she was also diagnosed by a pediatric neurologist. And unfortunately, there's no cure. The treatment is speech therapy, very intensive speech therapy and occupational therapy, which she has been in since she was 2 years old. In the Leon County school systems, receiving therapy since she was 3. So with her brain knows exactly what she wants to say, but the message doesn't get to her muscles and nerves in her face correctly. Sort of like someone that has had a stroke. And in the sensory processing disorder with her is hyper-focused in those areas. Like it's actually painful for us to brush her hair. She doesn't eat many foods. Most of her foods are very bland and the same texture. That's also something that she's been in therapy for, but has made little progress. So for her with the mask it's extremely overwhelming. You know, when there were mask mandates here in Leon County, we did try to abide by them, and I just couldn't take her anywhere because she would have they call them like sensory meltdowns, where they're literally just so overwhelmed by the senses that they just cannot contain their emotions. And so that's basically
Now, the
what
judge
she deals with.
The court pointed out that, well, first of all, in Leon County, the parents still have the right to opt out of the mask in high school today, correct? That may
Yes.
go away, but they still have the right today. But everyone younger than high school, it's mandatory, correct?
Yes.
Unless you can get a medical exemption. So the court asked the first witness that a medical exemption might be possible. Can you tell the court why medical exemption is not possible for your 5th grader?
So when I don't know if you know the whole story, we've kind of been back and forth here in Leon County. 2 days before school started, the superintendent, the masks were going to be optional up until 2 days before school started. The superintendent then said it's going to be mask mandated for K through 8.
Objection, hearsay.
That's okay. I've read the same paper Ms. Benton's read, so I'm familiar with it. So,
Okay. Well, this is what we were told as parents at Leon County.
yeah.
So the mask mandate changed to medical opt-out only. And so I was thinking, okay, fine. It's not going to be an issue. I called her pediatrician's office. This is her pediatrician that she's had since she was born. And I just asked them, I said, is the doctor, I don't want to use her name, but her
Correct.
doctor going to be able to sign these based on her medical records, or do we need to come in for an appointment? And they said, I don't know, we just heard about this, let me call you back. So they called me back and they said that she was not going to sign any forms at all whatsoever. So I pleaded my case with the nurse about my daughter. I felt like she has a legitimate reason. A few days later, my daughter had an injury to her foot, and so we ended up in the pediatrician's office anyways, and I spoke with her doctor, who agreed that she had an issue and allowed her to remove her mask in the doctor's office because she could tell she was in distress, and still refused to sign the form. So told me that I just needed to work with the school.
So your pediatrician refused to sign the medical exemption. Have you tried other pediatricians?
I have not tried other pediatricians. We tried to reach out to her neurologist, although he hasn't seen her since she was 5, because there's not really anything he can do for her besides diagnose her. But he's been out of the country, so I haven't followed up against it, because then they changed it back to parental opt-out, and so we're like, okay, we're going to be okay, and then they changed it back to medical. So which I just changed it back on Sunday to medical opt-out only. So I'm still working on trying to figure out what we're going to do with her. I mean, at this point, if I can't get a medical opt-out, I think I'm going to have to pull her out of school.
And you and your husband own your own company, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, is your understanding about other pediatricians in Leon County and their reluctance to sign waivers?
Every other mom that I've talked to that has tried to get a medical waiver has not been able to obtain one.
Do they all go to the same?
I mean, that's, you know, I know I've shut down Mr. Sheridan, but that's going too far on the hearsay. That's just hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, there was
The reason
hearsay.
Mr. Sheridan is probably not objecting is because I've told him basically not to.
Okay.
A nice guy, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. May I make a proper proof? Make a proffer, Your Honor?
She's already said every other person she's talked to said they can't get anybody to sign a permission slip. Isn't that the proffer?
Well, I wanted to make sure it just wasn't the same pediatrician, Your Honor. But I think if that, as I understand it, we use the word pediatrician in the plural, and that's fine.
Okay.
We'll stipulate that
Ms.
pediatricians are recommending masks.
We'll
Okay.
stipulate that
Thank you,
pediatricians are
Mr.
not
Sheridan.
signing exemptions. No, that's, other folks are talking about it as well, the pressure, the
You
pressure.
know, if y'all don't stop talking while I'm trying to talk, we're going to take a break. So
Yes,
it's
sir.
your choice.
Yes, Your Honor. May I complete
People
my
can
explanation?
interrupt me in all sorts of places, but they can't interrupt me in a hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
So please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. The, when masks were mandatory, did your family comply with mask wearing, Ms. Benton?
Yes, when they were mandated by the county last year.
Did masks protect you from COVID, your family?
They did not. My whole entire family got COVID.
How sick did your family get with COVID?
My husband nearly died. It was pretty intense. Thankfully, my children just had mild symptoms. Actually, if we didn't know that it was COVID, I wouldn't have even known that they were really sick. They just had a headache and a very low grade fever. And they were just a little tired. Me and my oldest, my 9th grader, got a cough along with that and a little bit higher fever, but my husband got pneumonia, was put on home oxygen. His doctor spoke with a COVID doctor over at TMH, and so we were doing the same, trying to keep him out of the hospital, doing the same protocols that they were using on COVID patients there, the same treatment plan. So we were able to do that with his doctor at home and keep him out of the hospital.
So the masks were not effective for your family, correct?
They were not.
When did your husband, I'm sorry, Miss Benton, when did your husband catch COVID?
It was almost a year ago today. I mean, it was
About August or so of 20?
the end of August, and he was sick the end of August into the beginning of September of 2020.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm glad to hear he's recovered though.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Benton, you have 4 students. We haven't talked about your 8th grader. How does your 8th grader do with the mask?
So my 8th grader, he chooses to wear a mask at school. And so he, we kind of left that up to him. He feels more comfortable wearing a mask because it makes other people more comfortable. He's a pretty atypical child or typical child and doesn't, have any issues with it. We don't have any issues with him wearing one. We've tried to teach him the proper way to wear one, wash his hands, still stay, away from people as much as possible, and had those conversations with him. But ultimately, he felt like it was just easier. He didn't want to be pointed out or bullied or anything like that.
You have 4 children. You and your husband have appeared to treat them each individually and evaluated them differently. Have you enjoyed being able to make that choice for your children?
Yes, I do feel like we as parents know our children better than anyone. And, you know, we take all of our children's care very seriously and look at them individually, you know, not just physical health, but mental health, emotional health. My 8th grader, he had a very hard time being home last year. He's very social, and it was very hard emotionally for him to be away from his friends and, you know, be home.
Thank you. Your Honor, I tender the witness. Thank you, Ms.
No
Mr.
cross, Your
Chair.
Honor. No
Ms.
cross.
Benton, thank you so much. We're fellow Leon County people, so someday we'll probably pass in the public and not even know each other. So
Sure.
good luck to you and your husband and your 4 kids.
Thank you.
Okay. You're released from being a witness. You'll have to sign out of Zoom, but you can sign on to YouTube and watch it if you wish all day long, or do something else. It's your call.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benton.
Thanks.
So we ready for Ms. Kerwin?
Yes, she's our last parent witness, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm bringing her in now. Here comes Ms. Kerwin. Ms. Kerwin?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm the judge. I'm John Cooper. I'm the judge, and I will place you under oath. If you'll raise your right hand, I'll place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dean, you may begin.
Inquire. Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ms. Kerwin, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Sharon Kerwin, Kerwin.
Ms. Kerwin, in which county in Florida does your family live?
Leon County.
Ms. Kerwin, how many children do you have in total in your family?
4.
And how many are currently students in Leon County Public Schools?
2.
And what are their grades?
10th and 12th.
Could you tell the court, Ms. Kerwin, about your oldest child, the senior?
Yes. My oldest child, she has a rare autoimmune disease called juvenile dermatomyositis. The disease attacks her muscles and skin, and about 2 to 3 children per year are diagnosed with this disease. And she was diagnosed a little over 8 years ago.
Ms. Kerwin, could you spell the condition that your oldest child has so that I don't have to try to do it with the court reporter, please?
Yes. Juvenile, Juvenile, dermatomyositis, dermatomyositis.
Thank you.
Yes, sure.
So with your daughter that's a senior, mask wearing is still optional. Is that correct in the high school in Leon
It
County?
is, yes, this year for right now it is, yes.
Now, the condition that your daughter had prior to August of 2020, was she required to be medicated?
Yes, for 7 years up to that time of August 2020, we were in the hospital basically every month for treatment, weekly medicines, daily medicines. Yes, regularly in the hospital for treatments.
Did that change subsequent to having to wear a mask? Is that correct?
Yes, after 7 years last summer, August 2020, for the first time, she was able to finally be weaned off all of medicine. So she was medicine free for the first time in 7 years last summer.
But then subsequently, she started having some problems that relate to COVID and the mask wearing. Is that correct?
Yes. So school started at the end of August 2020. Everyone's wearing masks. And in the spring, she noticed, which there were probably earlier symptoms too, but she finally noticed in the spring of 2021, muscle weakness. She is at a school where there's 3 stories and she was having trouble getting up the stairs. So anyway, then we had to find out if her disease had come back, and now it has. And she's back going to the hospital every month, back on weekly medicine, daily medicine. So back to square one.
So she was having trouble breathing because of the mask going upstairs?
Breathing and her muscle, then just her disease, it starts attacking her muscles. And so it's just her immune system is overactive. And then that leads to full-blown reoccurrence of her disease.
And what side effects of her disease again?
Can you say that again?
What are the side effects of her disease, or what is the consequences of her disease?
One of the biggest ones for her is severe muscle weakness. Just for a small example, 8 years ago when she was first diagnosed, she was 9 years old and could barely sit up, had trouble walking on her home. We finally took her to the emergency room when she couldn't get out of the bathtub on her own at 9 years old. So luckily this spring, as a 17-year-old, she was more aware of her body. We were able to get help, a little sooner, but already the muscle weakness, she couldn't climb the stairs anymore, had to do the elevator. So significant muscle issue for her with her disease.
So physical regression, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, and your oldest went to school today?
Yes.
Mhm. And was she wearing a mask when she got into the schoolroom?
No.
Let's talk about your sophomore and her experience with the mask. Can you relate to the court experiences when your sophomore was wearing a mask?
Sure. She was wearing a mask, had to wear a mask last school year, and she's otherwise healthy 15-year-old, now 15-year-old. And last year, for the first time ever, she was coming home often, almost daily, with headaches and just not feeling good. So she was significant enough headaches that she would complain about them often to me, and just, it was unusual for her.
So were the headaches present prior to mask wearing?
No.
Mrs. Kerwin, what does the governor's executive order in this case that is being sued under, what does that the executive order mean to you?
Well, for me, I know our family is very thankful that he has signed the Parents' Bill of Rights into law. And I know a lot of families that I know are very thankful for that, because it allows us, with especially our older daughter who has very complex medical situation, and our younger daughter who's healthy but had medical things come up, to make the choice that's best for them. So this year, being different from last year, we're able to choose for them to be mask free. And we have not heard any complaints from our younger daughter of headaches this year so far. And our older daughter, of course, she is back on medicine, but we know that now she can not have the impact of the mask wearing, and try to get healthy again, through the process of medicine and time. So we're very thankful to be able to make that decision as parents for our children. And especially with our older daughter, we've been fighting for her, and we've been making these medical decisions for her and to do what's in her best interest for 8 years now. So we're thankful that we now have the right under the Bill of Rights to be able to continue to do this.
Ma'am, I asked you talked to us about, they told the court about the physical problems with your daughters related to the mask. Did you notice any mental problems or any change in their demeanor because of the mask?
I will say I have teenage girls, and they're pretty, solid girls and typical girls. But last year, at the beginning of the school year, they started complaining to me. They felt sadder, they felt disconnected, they felt like they couldn't interact with their peers and their friends. No one was really interacting. They felt like it was hard to connect with teachers. And even in the classroom, there weren't conversations, the natural, conversations and discussions with education and learning. It was a big challenge for them. We had a lot of conversations when the school year began, and in those first months, trying to get through that, mental disconnection and sadness, and just challenges they had mentally with being disconnected because of the mask and because people weren't connecting by talking and interacting.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions. We tender the witness.
Ms. Kerwin, this condition that your older daughter has is, I understand it, she's had it now for about 8 years. Is that right?
Yes, just over 8 years.
And from what I know about it is that the commission, this disease will go in and out of remission from time to time with many patients. Is that right?
Yep.
Sometimes I understand it can go into remission within 2 years. It took longer for your daughter to go into remission her first time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, you're from Leon County also, right?
Yes.
I thank you for being here. Let me ask Mr. Sheridan, are there any questions for Ms. Kerwin?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Kerwin, I appreciate you being here. I have 2 daughters also, but they are older than yours. But they went through the Leon County School. What high school are your daughters in?
Leon.
Leon. Oops, sorry, my daughters went to Lincoln.
Ah, in Trojans. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah.
But thank you for your interest in this case and for what I can tell is really good care you've been providing to your daughters. So I wish you the best.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Okay, bye-bye. You can, you'll have to sign off the Zoom, but you can continue watching on YouTube if you wish to do that.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, Mr. Bean, what's next on the agenda? I might want to take a break right now, but tell me what's next.
If they want to continue to cross the doctor, that's fine. That's what we had planned, and we appreciate their agreeing to allow us to take witnesses out of order. But that was the next, I can check and see if the good doctor is awake and ready to go. If that would
Well,
please
let's give
support.
him a chance to get waked up, get his hair combed, brush his teeth. It's still 7:37 in California. So after the doctor, are there other witnesses you're going to be calling?
Just one, the chancellor of the public school system of the state of Florida.
Okay. All right. Is he the head of the
He's the
school
chancellor.
board? The chancellor?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, why don't we take let's take a break until 10 till 11, and we'll be back then. That's about 12 minutes or so. And we'll
Yes, sir.
start back with the doctor. If he needs more time to get ready, Mr. Bean, just let me know.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'll see y'all in a
Hey Denise, it's Erin Woolhams. I'm just letting you know that you're not on mute. So if you want to mute yourself
Oh,
during the
okay.
break, you can.
All right, thanks.
No problem.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Just a second.
Okay. We'll need some ID, Mr. Bean.
He's continuing his testimony from yesterday, Ms. Taylor.
Oh, okay, okay, all
Thank
right.
Okay, we're back. Doctor, welcome back. You're still under oath. And I think Mr. Gallagher was doing the cross from yesterday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallagher, you may continue the cross.
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor. I think we last left off discussing a little bit about the Great Barrington Declaration. And my question regarding that is, was there not a Stanford either fact-finding or internal investigation about Barrington as a result of downplaying the pandemic? Yes or no?
No.
And so you would agree that the WHO criticized the conclusions of Barrington, yes or no?
I didn't see any WHO criticism. I saw some people in the WHO criticize it, and I saw some agree with parts of it.
And you would agree that NIH Director Francis Collins called the Barrington study, quote, dangerous?
I heard that reported, but I didn't see any reasoning around it.
And at the same time, you have knowledge that Dr. Anthony Fauci stated, quote, anybody who knows anything about epidemiology will tell you that it's nonsense and very dangerous because you will have killed a lot of people that would have been avoidable, close quote. Do you have knowledge of that criticism by Dr. Fauci, yes or no?
I've seen him, I've seen a report of that. I had a reply to that if you want to hear it.
No, I just wondered if you had knowledge of the response. Now, you testified that your primary metric for COVID would be new cases, yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. If the witness can't be instructed yes or no, if that's not the answer.
Okay.
It should be.
Sustain. Just let him answer. If he doesn't answer, then we'll get to. Frankly, now that I've gotten into that discussion, I've now already forgotten what the question is.
Thank you.
I'll repeat it. You testified that your primary metric for COVID analysis was new cases.
I guess I don't know the context that you're referring to.
Yesterday, when we discussed the statistics, you indicated that the new cases over the course of a certain time is what you relied upon, and you just counted the positivity rate.
So I think I testified yesterday that I'm most interested in cases among the vulnerable.
We discussed yesterday the fact that there were approximately 151,000 new cases over the past week in Florida, given that your response was on a more abstract figure. Do you recall the 151 figure?
I don't remember the specific number that you cited. I said that there were, at this point, about 100 cases per 100,000 population in Florida.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull up our Exhibit 26. Share screen.
Oh, sorry. Let me get that. Let me get that for you.
I think it's.
Go ahead.
It's working.
Your Honor, we object to Exhibit 26. It's not been admitted. It was just sent to us 10 minutes ago. It hasn't been admitted.
Okay, who's this from, Mr. Gallagher?
This is the exhibit that was sent prior to us beginning our case. I think we reconciled calling it, that was my error. This is Exhibit 25. I apologize.
We have no objection to 25, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bean. Go ahead, Mr. Gallagher.
Apologies on the numbering there. So I'll represent this as the COVID Weekly Situation Report from the DOH. And the week that it cites is August 13th, 2021 to August 19th, 2021. If you had a case,
Your Honor, the defendants do object at anything after July 30th. If we can have a standing objection, Your Honor, I won't interrupt the questioner anymore. Just anything after July 30th, Your Honor, the defendants object to.
Overrule.
Thank you.
I mean, overruled. I think it's relevant. So go ahead. But I'll give you standing objection, Mr. Bean.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
So in looking at the first page of this exhibit, what does this exhibit tell us as far as the amount of new cases during that week?
During which week?
Stated week of 13th and 19th.
It looks like it says there's 150,000 new cases that week.
And so now turning to the page down a little bit. looking at the graph on below that, where we have new cases for the past 10 weeks, aside from you cited one variation of a lower count from 8/6 to 8/13, what has been the trajectory of cases from 6/11 to 8/13?
If you track COVID, these COVID forecasting models, what they suggest is that Florida has peaked. It's had a wave of cases, and it's at its peak, and it's on its way down.
And that was not my question. I'm asking what the trajectory was. You would agree that this?
I thought I answered. So I said that you've had a massive wave of cases, and it's peaked, and it's on its way down.
Would agree that these figures.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Gallagher.
I apologize. You agree that the cases shown from 6/11 to 8/13 represent a rise over that time period?
Yeah, it's like I said, a massive wave of cases that has gone up and has peaked.
And turning to the issue of the age breakouts, looking at page number 8, how many fatalities would you see listed during this period for youth? And I classify that to be those that are under 16 and there's a secondary under 16 and some part of 16 to 29. Obviously, you can't grade out what the 18 and up figure is, but among those two, during this 1 week, you would agree that under 16 there were 11 deaths in Florida over the week, and then of that 207 deaths, some of those would fall in that 16 to 18 range.
I'm sorry, I don't. I guess I see 11 deaths for under 16. I wouldn't be able to tell you how many are 18 to 16 or 16 to 18.
You would acknowledge that 207 deaths are listed for that week under the heading of 16 to 29.
Yeah.
You indicate that you don't study the actual counties in Florida, just the state data.
Yeah. Regarding
that, back to page 1, you'll note the vaccination rate is 66%. What does that classify in terms of acceptability or advisability? Is that the appropriate vaccination rate, or should it be higher?
So the question to me is how many, what fraction of the vulnerable population is vaccinated? So if you look at the vulnerable population of Florida, that the elderly population, it's much higher than 66%. So I think it's on the order of 85 to 90%.
So so we're having a persistent problem where I'll pose one question and you'll answer another question. So if you really pay attention to the call of the question, we can avoid that. My question was, is 66% statewide sufficient? Yes or no?
I said I can't answer with that number because the right number is the percent vaccinated that are vulnerable. I answered your question, sir.
Again, we're answering other questions than those posed. It'd be helpful if we just go ahead and pay attention to the question that's directed.
Mr. Gallagher, I can't answer your question because you're giving a statistic that's not the relevant statistic for the question you're asking.
Yeah, and again,
statistic for the question.
It's not a place where you ask questions.
Let me remind everybody, the court reporter has 2 hands, but that doesn't mean she can take 2 people talking at the same time. So I think the doctor's answered the question with his answer. I think it's time for another one now.
You previously testified that you don't feel positivity rate is useful in any way. Is that correct?
I think it has substantial distortions in what that number actually, what statistics go into that number. So that makes looking at the number and interpreting it as a guide to policy more or less useless.
Do you find any value with the R naught of COVID, that rating, yes or no?
It would depend on how it's calculated. It would depend on a whole, like the R naught comes out of an SIR model. It comes out of a whole sequence of data calculations. It would depend on those calculations. Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's not. Depends on what the calculations are, what the structure of that model is. It's a poorly posed question, Mr. Gallagher.
Presuming that the R naught calculations are correct and based upon available accurate data. Would you or would you not agree that the R naught factor is useful in terms of calculating risk?
I mean, the R naught value tells you the number of people in an immune naive population that the first person that's infected will infect. So an R naught value of 2 will mean that the first person infected will infect 2 additional people. We're not in an immune naive population in Florida, very far from it. In fact, very substantial fraction of the population of Florida has been vaccinated. A larger fraction of the population has been, of the vulnerable population has been vaccinated. So we're not in an immune naive situation. So the R naught by itself is maybe a contributor to understanding something about the risk, but it is not a sufficient statistic to understand the risk, no.
But much like the positivity rate, you discount R naught as a valuable metric.
No, I think the R naught is useful, but it's one contributor among many, many other data points to understand the risk factors.
You would agree that the data bears out that the R naught for COVID Wuhan was lower, as was the R naught for COVID Alpha than the present COVID Delta, would you not?
I mean, the literature on what the R naught for Delta is, there's a considerable amount of controversy in that literature. So I don't profess to know exactly what it is. If you're asking me, is the Delta variant likely more infectious based on the evidence I've seen, the answer is yes. I think it's likely more infectious, but not more lethal, as I testified earlier.
And what do you understand the current R naught to be for COVID Delta?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. There's too much controversy in the literature to pin down a number.
You would agree that data was not showing appreciable evidence of breakthrough infections prior to the onset of the Delta strain, would you not?
I don't really understand your question.
Before Delta, people weren't getting breakthrough infections.
Which people?
Well, my question relates to, well, obviously if you're getting breakthrough, you're vaccinated. So you have to be vaccinated folks that are getting breakthrough infections. But that occurred appreciably after Delta, did it not?
So, I mean, breakthrough infections can occur in the previously recovered, as well as in people who are vaccinated. I think that's inaccurate. There were breakthrough infections before. The literature seems to suggest that the breakthrough infections with both Delta and so the discussion in the literature that I'm currently reading, I'm seeing is a debate whether the breakthrough infections have to do with the Delta variant itself or has to do with declining antibodies among the vaccinated. It's unclear to me which is the right.
So with regard to those who are vaccinated, you would agree that the vaccinated population was not frequently getting breakthrough infections during the COVID Wuhan and COVID Alpha timeframes.
Objection and compound question.
Yeah, okay, so like the COVID Wuhan virus, the COVID Wuhan virus came largely, those waves came before the vaccination was available. So I wouldn't be able to say very much about that. You're asking about the Alpha, you mean the B.1.1.7 variant?
Correct.
I mean, there the vaccination campaign sort of just started when Alpha was largely predominant, and again, as I said, the debate in the current literature is between whether the current debate that I've been reading is whether the breakthrough infections among people who are vaccinated as a result of declining vaccine efficacy because of reductions in antibody production, or because of the variant. And I don't know the answer to that because I think there's still active scientific debate around that.
I'll go ahead and point you to our Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. Have you had occasion to review this CDC document entitled Delta Variant, What We Know About the Science? This document being dated August 19, 2021.
I don't think I've read the August 19th version. They had an earlier version of this before.
This version indicates under the infections and spread heading, the Delta variant is more contagious. Would you agree with that fact?
Yes.
The second conclusion is some data suggests Delta variant might cause more severe illness than previous strains in unvaccinated persons. Do you agree with that conclusion?
I don't see any evidence of that based on the UK Public Health England data that I cited in my declaration. In fact, I see that the case fatality rate with Delta is for both is actually lower for the vaccinated and unvaccinated from that data.
Have you had occasion to review the studies from Canada and Scotland cited in support of this conclusion?
No, as I said, I didn't read this particular version of the CDC.
That was my question. My question was, have you had occasion to review the studies that are cited in support of this, the Canada and Scotland studies?
I need to see what those studies you're referring to are to be able to tell you if it's in my notes or not.
Okay. Have you reviewed any studies post Delta from Canada or Scotland?
I mean, as I said, I've reviewed the data from England where Delta predominates, and they're, as best I can tell, have the best tracking of Delta, the largest samples of sequencing of Delta, and I cited that in my declaration. The case fatality rate is lower, substantially lower than for Alpha in those data.
And again, not my question. So you have no recall of reviewing any report from Canada or Scotland post Delta?
The answer is no. I have reviewed Canadian data on Delta. I have not seen any evidence from Canada that it's more deadly. I've not reviewed any Scottish data.
Okay, so let's go down to the references cited. If you had occasion to review the Bernal study,
I'd have to look at my notes.
have you had occasion to review the Brown study?
Is this the study from Provincetown? If so, then yes. But I have to look at my notes.
Have you had occasion to review the Chia and Ong study?
No, I've not reviewed that study.
Have you reviewed the Fishman study?
No, I've not. That's a preprint, right?
It's
Yeah, it's a preprint. medRxiv is a preprint.
Have you reviewed the Ding study?
Which one? The
What
number
study?
5?
Could you say that again?
Sure. Have you reviewed the Ding, DENG study?
No, I have not seen that study.
Have you reviewed the Mycovia study?
No, I've not reviewed that study.
Have you reviewed the Musser study?
No, not reviewed that study.
How about the Nazarene study?
I have a memory of that study, but I'd have to check my notes to be certain.
How about the Ong study, Ong and Chu?
No, I have not reviewed that study.
How about the RIMS Myrna study?
Yes, I've seen this study.
Under 11, this is the public health, under 11, if you reviewed the Public Health England briefing of July 23rd, 2021.
Yes, in fact, I cite this and the later ones up through August 21st, I think is the last one I reviewed for the Public Health England. That's the one I keep referring to.
If you reviewed the McMenamin study under citing number 12.
No, I've not reviewed this study.
If you reviewed the Stowe study.
I don't remember reading this study, no.
If you reviewed the Thompson and Burgess study.
Yes, I think I've seen this study.
And if you reviewed the Dag Punar study.
No, I've not seen that study.
So the CDC concludes that Delta is more contagious. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
CDC also concludes that Delta might cause more severe illness. That you don't agree with.
I don't see any evidence of that in the public health England data or other things that I've reviewed that in context.
And in the same report, there's a conclusion that masking is necessary to reduce the transmission of Delta. This is the words of the CDC, not mine. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
You next posit that children, few children, if any, have died from COVID. Is that not your conclusion?
Few children. I don't think I've ever said that.
Okay, so you agree children have died from COVID?
Yeah, I think last year, about actually through the whole epidemic, I think the latest was 360 children.
What stats do those rely upon?
CDC.
And you agree that children have had severe negative outcomes short of dying, do you not?
Yes. Low rates relative to older people, but yes.
And just this past week, did you have knowledge of a third grader in Leon County dying from COVID over the weekend?
No, I don't track I track the CDC data. They don't tell you exactly where the person died.
And part of your research talks about fatality rates, fatality stats. What would be an acceptable death rate for children?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, sure. In your writings, your testimony, you talk about a metric you rely upon as being a fatality indicator. How many children would die, or how many adults would die from COVID? And I'm asking you, what's an acceptable death rate in your opinion for children?
I mean, I reject the premise of the question. The question is not what's an acceptable death rate. The question is, what are the trade-offs implicit? So if you, as I said in my, can I finish, please? So as I said in my,
suppose we would not have this problem.
well, I'm not sure what the problem is.
The problem is answering questions other than those that are posed to you. And I'm not.
I thought okay, go ahead and finish your answer, doctor, then you can follow up with a question after that, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I think the right way to think about policy is by comparing the benefits and harms of the policy, not by asking whether some lexicographic cutoff and say if it's above this, then you don't do anything or do something. The right way to do policy is by thinking about the harms versus the benefits, marginal harms versus the marginal benefits. So a policy like masking 5-year-olds will have harms to children. You compare that against the benefits potentially with such as they are, and then make decisions on that basis. I don't think it's right to say what's the right acceptable number of deaths. I mean, that's compared to what? If you look at the harms to children, there could be considerable harms over a long period of time. I didn't cite this in my report, but for instance, restrictions or reductions in schooling have long-term negative consequences on the health and longevity of children over their entire lifetime. So it's a question of trade-offs, not a question of what's the acceptable level. I reject the premise of your question, sir.
In that case, what's an unacceptable death rate for children then?
I'm sorry, I still reject the premise of your question. I don't understand I don't understand. There's no number I can give you that would be the right number, because there is no, your question makes no sense in the context of how policy should be done.
For someone who testifies quite often, you should know that you're not in a place to reject the premise of the question. You can answer it, you have that knowledge, you got to answer it. If you can't, you can't. My question relates to when you believe there's a problem with children dying. Does one child die? Is that enough for you? Or
Objection asked and answered and argumentative.
He's indicated that he can't answer those questions, and I'll have to take whatever that means and weigh that as part of his testimony. I think we should move on to something else. Basically what he's saying, he's not going to say there's no such thing as an acceptable death, and he's not going to say that there's a limit or numerical calculation. That's his answer. Whether that's what I take from his, when he says, I don't accept the premise, he's saying, I think he's saying, I don't accept the premise that there's any death that's either not enough or too much. It's not answerable. Whether I agree with it or not, that's his answer. So let's go on to the next question.
you would agree there is no circumstance where you would recommend masking of children in schools.
That's false.
When would you recommend masking children in schools?
If there's evidence that it's very, very effective in stopping disease spread, solid, high quality evidence that it's effective in stopping disease spread, if there's evidence that children can effectively wear masks with minimal cost to them all day long, then yeah, then I would recommend it.
And you agree that of the 12 citing references, I think you said you've heard of 3 of those in the recent CDC warnings.
I mean, I read the CDC report before. I read many of the citations from before that. You're giving me the latest one I hadn't read yet. I'll go look at those again and see if I change my opinion. But based on the fact that Public Health England report is in there, it's unlikely that it's going to change a ton. I've cited that Public Health England report as well as some of the more recent data coming out of Public Health England on the lethality of Delta.
So the only way you recommend masking in schools would be if you had high quality data that dictated that masking was effective.
I mean, that's the minimum what you require it for medical device. You want high quality data.
And you're referring to a mask as a medical device.
It is a medical device.
The ones you can get at Home Depot and Publix and grocery stores.
I mean, they're all class 2 medical devices.
Did you ever wear a mask during the pandemic?
Yes.
When?
When I've been required to, on planes, in airports, in settings where it's sort of awkward not to.
And so only where a mask was mandatory in the setting would you wear a mask?
You're asking would I voluntarily wear a mask? I've also voluntarily worn masks when I've been around vulnerable elderly people that weren't vaccinated.
But you don't believe masks to be effective, do you?
No, I don't. I don't think that let me put it this way. I don't believe that there's high quality evidence to suggest that masks are effective.
But yet you wore a mask in order to protect vulnerable populations.
In large part because just to keep them comfortable.
For their psychological well-being?
Yeah, for some of them. Depends on the individual setting, depends on the individual person.
But you felt that the mask was effectively futile in terms of preventing spread.
I felt that there's not any high quality evidence in suggesting that the masks are particularly effective in stopping disease spread.
So you just wore it for their emotional comfort.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you our exhibit, plaintiff's 15. If you had occasion to review this document entitled Combined Effects of Masking on Distance and Aerosol Exposure Potential.
I can't see where this is published.
This is a Mayo Clinic proceedings, it says.
I didn't hear you, Mr.
Can you
Gallagher.
Sure, Mayo Clinic.
Mr. Gallagher, can you enlarge it, please?
See. How's that?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this paper.
Okay. And you have no knowledge of the conclusions that read, quote, these results support the principle of layered protection to mitigate transmission of SARS-CoV-2, the virus causing COVID-19, and other respiratory viruses, and emphasize the importance of controlling the spread of aerosol at its source. A combination of masking and distancing reduce the exposure to exhaled particles more than any individual measure. Combined measures remain the most effective way to combat the spread of respiratory infection. So this is not a document you've seen before today.
I haven't read this particular paper. I've read many papers like it. The best papers include consideration of things like ventilation. This is the setting in which the interventions take place, and the very best papers have randomized evaluation of the data. And I didn't get the chance to look at this paper, but it didn't look like it was randomized.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit 18. Have you had occasion to read this document before today? The Howell study?
Yes,
And what is your belief on the conclusions in the study without seeing them?
I believe that they have a very different way of weighing evidence than I do. I believe that randomized data are much more reliable than non-randomized data. This document puts considerable weight on sort of mechanical studies, and this document also sort of underweights the literature on harms from masking.
And if you had occasion to review the conclusion, which states, our review of this literature offers the evidence in favor of widespread mask use as a source to control and reduce community transmission. Non-medical masks use materials that obstruct particles of the necessary size. People are most infectious in the initial period post-infection, where it is common to have few or no symptoms. Non-medical masks have been effective in reducing transmission of respiratory viruses in places and time periods where mask usage is required or widespread have shown substantially lower community transmission. Have you had occasion to see that part of today, that conclusion?
Yeah, I've seen this paper. I told you, I read this paper. I don't agree with that conclusion, but yeah, I've read this paper.
Have you had occasion to review the Fishman study, which is our exhibit 19?
I think you asked me about that already.
Fishman 19.
As one of the 12 citing sources for the CDC?
Yeah, that's where you asked me about it. I have not seen it. This is the Scotland paper.
Canada.
Oh, the Canadian paper. Yeah, I've not seen the Fishman paper.
I'm sorry?
I've not seen the Fishman paper. I think I testified earlier, and it's true. I haven't seen it.
And you've not seen the conclusions set forth in the results. It states that compared to non-VOC SARS-CoV-2 strains, the adjusted elevation and risk associated with N501Y positive variants was 52% for the 43 to 62% for hospitalization, 89% for ICU admission, and 51% for death. Increases with Delta variant were more pronounced for hospitalization, ICU admission, and death. You haven't seen this.
I have to look at the methodology of the paper. Many of the papers that David Fishman has done have involved modeling as opposed to sort of direct measurement. But I haven't read that particular paper.
But you still believe there's some dispute whether Delta causes more significant severe infection?
I don't think so. I think that the Public Health England reports are pretty definitive. I mean, they actually go find people actually with Delta. They sequence the genome, then they track them and see how many of them die or are hospitalized compared to the other variants.
And these reports how that occurred with data.
Can I finish, Mr. Gallagher? Yeah, and the data there very clearly show that Delta is less deadly and less likely to produce hospitalizations than the other variants.
You would agree that the Health England data is pre-COVID for 2020 as opposed to COVID utilized data?
I don't understand your question.
The date of the Health England report is 2020.
No, the Public Health England data the last report was August 21st this year. They have been updating it weekly.
Well, the document you've attached to your declaration cites 2020 data.
I cited 2020 data for some things, but not that Public Health England report. The Public Health England report is from 2021.
But that's not cited in your declaration. It's only cited a 2020 version of Public Health.
That's false. I cite the 2021 data.
If you would, then please tell me what exhibit or Bates number is the Public Health England report you rely upon.
52. Look at footnote 52. The CDC also cites the same data, except I've cited a more recent one.
Well, again, this cites August 6th as a publication date, but where do you have a reference to the data was collected at a time where COVID was present in the US? COVID hit England before it hit the US, no?
This is August 6th, 2021.
Yes, my point is that data had to be, there's no way that's August 21 data, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. This is a weekly update by Public Health England about its tracking of the variants of concern, including Delta. It's the most recent data. In fact, there's an August 21st report that I just reviewed before today that updates that. They're tracking in real time.
Come back to that in a second. Have you had occasion to review our plaintiff's exhibit 22, the Scotland study?
No, I have not reviewed that.
And also, this is the McMenamin study we referenced earlier that was utilized in the CDC's August update on Delta. You've not seen the conclusions that in summary, we show that Delta VOC in Scotland was found mainly in younger, more affluent groups. Risk of COVID-19 hospital admission was approximately doubled in those with Delta VOC when compared with Alpha VOC, with the risk of admission particularly increased in those with 5 or more relevant comorbidities. This is not something you've seen before in terms of the data.
I have not seen this particular study, no, but I'll say that's not surprising to find in a setting where a very large fraction of the older population has been vaccinated, that the disease spreads among the relatively unvaccinated. So younger populations in England, as elsewhere, are less likely to be vaccinated. So that it's to attribute that to Delta rather than to less vaccination among the young is it's unclear. That's the right inference.
During the roundtable discussion, there was reference made to masking of children being child abuse. Do you agree with that conclusion?
I think it can be. It depends on the child. The parent would know.
And what occasions would there be a child abuse classification for masking in your mind?
In my mind, if it's a child particularly can't stand to wear it, they have some, they view it as effectively as a punishment. I think it could be. It's hard to say exactly. I would think the parent would have a much better chance of understanding whether it was abusive or not than a government entity would.
You're a parent, correct?
Yes.
Have your children ever worn masks?
Question. I didn't hear this question.
Okay, you're a parent, correct?
Yes.
Have your children ever worn masks?
Yes.
When do they wear masks?
When they're required to.
In what contexts?
So in schools, sometimes they've been required to.
In their school settings, they've worn masks. Are there any other occasions where they've worn masks?
Yeah, when in churches, in church settings, when they're required to.
Anywhere else besides church and school, they wear masks?
Not generally, no.
And have you ever utilized a mask with them where they're not required to wear it in the surrounding environment?
No.
Do you know of any child that has died as a result of wearing a mask?
I don't know.
Do you know of any child that's been hospitalized as a result of wearing a mask?
I don't know of any child that's been hospitalized, but the fact that I don't know is not the relevant question. The question is, what does the literature say about the effects of mask wearing?
In your roundtable statements, you indicated that the data was clear that children don't get very sick if infected. Has the data changed from that point in time that existed with the roundtable?
No, it's very, very rare for a child to get very sick if infected.
Why are hospitals filling up around our state and in our country?
That's a
Your Honor, I'll object to that question. If you can, its relevance of hospitals filling up.
Overall.
I mean, it's multifactorial. For instance, we were right now in the middle of a massive wave of respiratory syncytial virus cases, RSV cases that affects children out of season. Where there's a whole series of things. Of course, the Delta variant is spreading. COVID is spreading again, which causes some hospitalizations, less than you would have expected in previous waves, largely because of the success of the vaccination programs.
So in your declaration, you cite a number of articles, studies, even a press release, do you not?
I mean, I have 51 sites. Yeah, I mean, but you cited a bunch of the same things.
For the edification of the court, can you explain what a preprint is? Can we repeat it? Or no?
Your question.
Can you repeat your question for the court reporter?
For the edification of the court, can you explain what a preprint is?
Sure. So we had a discussion about it earlier, if you recall. So a preprint is a paper, a draft paper put out by scientists to the scientific community, in effect asking for comments and suggestions before it's submitted to a journal for review.
And you'd agree that a preprint has not undergone any peer review.
That's true.
Turning to your cited works in your declaration, I'd just like to go point by point as to what cited works you have included and the timeframes that each exist for. So your Wall Street Journal piece was an article in April of 2021, correct?
Yeah, actually, can I just say that the articles that you had me go through, asking me if I'd read them from the CDC document, most of them were preprints also.
And there was no question pending on that. So your Wall Street Journal article was printed in April of 2021, was it not?
I don't remember exactly. Let me look at it. I think that's right.
And that was not a peer-reviewed piece. That was a newspaper opinion piece, correct?
Yes.
And similarly, your Orange County article was also a newspaper opinion piece, was it not?
Yes, although I reviewed a whole bunch of evidence, some of which I cited in this declaration before writing both of them.
Relative to your Orange County piece, when did that occur?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
When was your Orange County piece printed?
I don't remember. I think it was in July.
Of this year?
Yes.
Relative to your LA County seroprevalence study, that was a peer-reviewed piece that occurred in 2020, was it not?
Yes.
And also regarding your Santa Clara seroprevalence study, that was also a peer-reviewed study that occurred in 2020, was it not?
It was published in 2021, but on data collected in 2020.
Your Visualizing the Invisible article that was cited, that was also a peer-reviewed piece that had data from 2020. Would you agree?
Yes. Yes.
Your Addressing Mandatory Lockdown piece was also a peer-reviewed piece that cited data from 2020.
Yeah, although I can see that there's a typo there that was published in 2021 based on data in 2020.
You had relied upon the Denmark study and your roundtable and referenced that also in your declaration. You would agree that that also was a peer-reviewed piece relying upon 2020 data, would you not?
You mean the Danish mask study? That was a study that was conducted in 2020, published in 2020.
The French press release briefing that was cited in your declaration, that was also a pre-2020 data document, was it not? Was it 2020 document? Was it not?
Which footnote are you referring to?
The French, your French, I don't have to, it is your exhibit 14-292.
Oh, you mean that Institute Pasteur piece? Yeah, that piece was published in 2020. Yeah, it's published in 2020.
And your mobility, your MMWR piece was also a bulletin from the CDC that relied upon data from 2020, was it not?
Which MMWR piece are you referring to?
Cited at exhibit 14-250.
Okay. I have to see what you're referring to because I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is this the Thompson et al? No, yeah, this is the Thompson et al piece.
The author is Mark Tenford, among others, but he's the first author.
Oh, the Tenford piece. That's from data on January to March 2021, and that's peer reviewed.
So that's going to be, you said, again, the data is January to March 2021?
2021, yeah.
Your seroprevalence in 10 states document, that was also a peer-reviewed piece that relied upon data from 2020, was it not?
That's the CDC study, yeah, the seroprevalence study.
The assessing the age specificity study was also a peer-reviewed document that relied upon data from 2020, was it not?
Yes.
And the CDC March to May 2020 report found at Exhibit 18 of your declaration was also a report relying upon 2020 data, was it not?
No, that's 2021 data.
The March to May 2020 report, that the one that's cited at 18, article Exhibit 18 of your declaration.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to then.
Well, the title of it is CDC March to May 2020.
March to May 2020. I'm not sure which one. I put a lot of CDC documents in my report. So there's one, and so footnote 18 is Thompson et al. On interim estimates of vaccine effectiveness. That's 2021 data.
So the Thompson, so Thompson is not the CDC March to May 2020.
Repeat the question.
You're referencing a Thompson piece and how it's been characterized before as a CDC March to May 2020.
So I don't see. I'm searching my document for March to May 2020. I don't see it, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. The footnote 19 is a CDC published piece in MMWR by peer reviewed by Thompson et al.
We already talked about that. That was something we talked about earlier.
Okay, then I don't know which one you're referring to.
So the Geneva, Switzerland piece from 2020 that also relied upon 2020 data, did it not?
Oh, are you talking about the Havers et al. Piece in JAMA Internal Medicine?
The one that cited is your on paragraph 20 of your declaration.
Oh, the Geneva piece. Yeah, so that one was published in the Lancet in 2020. Yes.
The Iceland study was one that relied upon 2020 data, was it not?
Yeah, that was one of the earliest pieces of the pandemic.
The Ireland piece also relied upon 2020 data.
Looks like it. Yeah, that's right.
The Netherlands piece as well?
The Netherlands piece, I think so, but I don't remember. I have to look. Let me see.
And your the citation to the Germany piece also relied upon 2020 data.
Yeah, the German, but the German piece, yeah. So those are all 2020. Yeah.
And your Health UK, and just for the court certification, Health UK is like the CDC for England, is it not?
Yeah.
And that relied upon, there's the one that is cited at paragraph 29 of your declaration, that was also relying upon 2020 data.
Yeah, although the Health UK just announced today regulations on schools. They emphasize that schools should operate normally and that they will not require masks in schools for either staff or teachers all through the UK today.
And again, no question was posed on that. So the Greece report, that was also a pre-COVID 2020 data set, correct?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. One more time.
As paragraph 30 of your declaration.
30. Yeah, that's from 2020.
And the Switzerland piece also cited at your declaration under paragraph 31, that also relied upon 2020 data, did it not?
That's data from 2020, yep.
And the England survey, which is cited at paragraph 33 of your report, relied upon 2020 data as well.
Yes, although the other Public Health England report we talked about was more recent, just last week.
And the Sweden report that you cite to at paragraph 34 of your declaration, that included data that was April of 2021, did it not?
No, the Swedish report that I cite is from 2020.
It's got a publication date later then.
Yeah, there's a later publication date, but it's based on data from last year.
And the Florida, New York, Mass report that you cite also relies upon data, or the publication date is May 2021, is it not?
So that's the Oster et al. Piece that we've just been discussing. That's data from all of this past school year.
That's a preprint date, yes?
Yeah.
So that relies upon the school year from 2020, not this current year.
2020 to 2021, so all including this past spring.
So let me ask, I assume we are not within 5 or 10 minutes of being finished, right?
Sadly, no.
Okay, why don't we take an hour lunch break now? It's about 11:48. We'll come back at about 12:48, 12:50. Does that work for everybody?
That works.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, thank you. By my watch, it's now, what, almost 9 o'clock there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess it's breakfast or coffee time for you. We're gonna go eat lunch. So thank you very much. We'll see you back in about an hour.
Have a good lunch, you guys.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. I'll make sure our court reporter is ready. When she's ready, we'll start.
I'm ready. We're on the record.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's see, I'm looking for Mr. Gallagher.
Right here.
All right, Mr. Gallagher, you may continue.
Thank you. Doctor, you have reviewed the CDC recommendations for the reopening of schools, have you not?
Yes.
And we'll just reference to make sure this is the correct document you've seen. With the document we have attached as our exhibit.
What exhibit number are we looking at?
Sorry, it's exhibit 3, Your Honor.
3.
Is this the same document you have reviewed in the past?
Yes.
And in connection with the recommended mitigation strategies in this CDC document, do you agree with vaccinations as an effective mitigation strategy?
Yes.
Do you agree with ventilation systems and filters as an effective strategy?
Yes.
Do you agree with distancing and separating of children in school as a mitigation strategy?
I have some reservations about the evidence on that.
Do you agree with hand washing as a mitigation strategy?
Yes.
Do you agree with isolating suspected children that have been exposed to COVID and quarantining as a strategy?
I'm okay with symptomatic patients or people being asked to quarantine. I'm less clear on whether the evidence. I don't think that the evidence on isolating contacts who are asymptomatic is as good.
And would you agree with contact tracing as a method of mitigation?
No, I'm not. I don't think that that's been particularly effective.
And I'm guessing you would not agree with masking as a mitigation strategy.
No, I've made my opinion clear on that based on the lack of randomized evidence.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and you've also had occasion to review the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations, have you not?
Actually, I don't think I've seen the official AAP recommendations. I've heard reports about them.
Okay, let me go ahead and pull those up as well. Our exhibit 4 amounts to the, make sure I get it right. Yes. Plans 4 is the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations for opening school in the fall. Do you have knowledge of what these recommendations include?
Again, I've seen reports about them.
Okay. Relative to the AAP's recommendations, do you agree with vaccination as an effective strategy?
Yes.
Do you agree with ventilation and filters as an effective strategy?
Yes.
Do you agree with social distancing as an effective strategy?
I don't think there's very good evidence on that.
Do you agree with hand washing as an effective strategy?
Yes.
And do you agree with isolating only the symptomatic children that have been exposed?
Yes.
Yeah,
not been exposed. Sorry, there's some ambiguity in your question. I agree with asking kids who are sick to stay at home.
very well. And I presume that you do not agree with the masking recommendations of the AAP.
So they're saying everyone over 2 should wear masks. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Remind me, doctor, you don't have any specific pediatric psychological training or education, do you not?
No, I told you what my training is.
But you still maintain the opinion that masking of children is harmful to them.
I think there's evidence that that's true.
We'll tender the witness back to plaintiff, to defendant.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
We'll tender the witness back.
Okay, so excuse me, Mr. Bean, you may proceed with redirect if you wish to.
Yep, just briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, would you agree that given your position in academia, that might permit you more time to thoroughly research and analyze COVID-19 than a doctor that is a pediatrician in a clinic?
I mean, my full-time job is research.
And might you have more opportunity to research and analyze the effects of COVID-19 and than a doctor in a hospital that sees patients all day?
I mean, generally speaking, it's when you have more time to do something, you'll have more more opportunities to delve into the evidence.
Doctor, might a professional's opinion be skewed if all they saw every day were sick patients?
That's absolutely true. It's very, very common actually to see to have selection bias in your impressions. That's why it's important to look at the data from all over the world, not just local.
Doctor, you weren't allowed to finish your response about Dr. Fauci's criticism of you. What was your answer?
So Dr. Fauci, in response to the Great Barrington Declaration, very strongly opposed. In very strong terms, argued that it was irresponsible.
Doctor, can I interrupt you for a second? Your Honor,
Just put him in the waiting room.
Your Honor. Thank you.
It takes me a while, but I'll finally will develop some new skills in this case, Mr. Bean.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Bede. Can you continue? I apologize.
Sure thing. Dr. Fauci, but his opinion is based on a misreading of the Great Barrington Declaration. He mischaracterized it in that same interview as a let it rip strategy, where the argument was that somehow we were proposing to let the virus rip through the community without any checks at all. That's a false mischaracterization of what we proposed. In particular, the heart of the Great Barrington Declaration was focused protection of the vulnerable. For reasons I've explained, the vulnerable, the older population face a substantial, like orders of magnitude higher risk from this virus than other populations. And so protecting the vulnerable is the key to minimizing death, damage, and morbidity from this disease. So he mischaracterized it, and in effect, he waged a propaganda campaign by intentionally ignoring the proposal for focused protection of the vulnerable.
Doctor, you were questioned about several of plaintiffs' exhibits, which were 15, 16, and 19, but those were abstracts. Can you talk to the court about the difference between an abstract versus a peer review article versus a study?
So abstracts summarize what the author thinks are the most important points of a study, including sometimes a little bit about the methodology and the main takeaway conclusions. A peer-reviewed, a preprint is a study that is essentially like in draft form. It's released in order to have the scientific community comment on it before peer review, so that it can be revised and be improved. And then a peer-reviewed piece is a piece that's been submitted to a journal. The journal then sends it to professional, other professional scientists, peers. I often serve as a peer reviewer for many, many pieces. And then based on the recommendations of the peer reviewers, the authors, the editors will ask the authors to make changes. There'll be often a back and forth between the peer reviewer and the authors. Until finally the editor says, yes, they've sufficiently addressed all the concerns of the peer reviewers and is accepted for publication. So the abstracts often have much less detail, if that's the only thing that's available, about the methodology and the findings. They're less authority, if you will, than the preprints. Preprints give you more detail about the methods that have not gone through peer review and the peer review I just described.
Doctor, you said earlier in your cross-examination that the United Kingdom has a similar body to the Center for Disease and Control. What is that called in the United Kingdom?
Well, so the UK has different different regions. One of the major bodies, the one that represents the largest population, is the Public Health England.
And you said that you were questioned about the public health publication from July 23rd, but do you check that publication? How often do you check that publication, if ever?
I mean, every week they've been releasing updates. So the July 23rd report, actually just the message hasn't changed. The most recent one, I think, was August 20th of this year. It's very, very similar findings with lower mortality for the Delta variant than for the other variants.
Doctor, have you found that the American medical associations are looking to the United Kingdom and the Public Health Administration for guidance on COVID-19?
I mean, there's very clearly disagreement among public health bodies. So, for instance, the World Health Organization does not recommend masking children 2 to 5, and they have very, very strong cautions about masking children 6 to 11. Public Health England and actually the UK as a whole has decided not to have masking at all in schools. So these bodies are looking at the same evidence base and coming to these conclusions, in part because it's a policy decision that weighs costs and benefits, harms and it's not surprising then that you would get scientific agencies would seem like, but they're not purely scientific agencies. The CDC is not just a scientific agency; it's also a public policy agency. That it comes to different conclusions because they have different weights about how much they place on the harms to children from masking, for instance, versus the putative benefits.
Doctor, is it in the medical community, is it some form of certainty that the Delta variant was in the United Kingdom before it was prominent in the United States?
Yeah, I think the Delta variant, I'd have to look at the exact timing, but I think the Delta variant, if I remember right, the first reports I heard were in June in the UK and late June in the US. It spread more or less simultaneous, but if it was in the UK before, it was only just slightly before.
And so, since, is it fair to say that you're checking global news on COVID-19 and the Delta variant pretty much every day?
Yes, I basically my full-time job the last year and a half is to check these daily reports.
And what was the announcement in England and Wales today regarding masks?
So the announcement in England and the UK is that they will not require masks on children in schools. The reasoning they give is that they want a normal experience for their children in school.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Your Honor, we have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
All right, give me just a second. Okay, thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you taking your time to come and testify. And you're released from any further testimony. Feel free to watch further on YouTube, but otherwise, I'm sure you have other pressing business, so appreciate your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so who's next?
Your Honor, the defendant's called Jacob Oliva.
Jacob Oliva?
Yes, Your Honor, and he should be in the waiting room.
All right, he should be. Yes, here he comes. Mr. Oliva, I'm Judge Cooper. I'm going to place you under oath now. So if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Bean?
It'll actually be me, Your Honor, Jared
Mr.
Burns.
Burns?
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good afternoon, Chancellor Oliva. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. My name is Jacob Oliva. I am currently Chancellor for the Division of Public Schools here at Florida Department of Education.
And what are your responsibilities as the Chancellor of Public Schools for the Florida Department of Education?
So primarily I work at the leisure of Commissioner Richard Corcoran to institute the priorities of our agency, as well as supporting the State Board of Education's missions, goals, and priorities as outlined in our strategic plan. My Division of Public Schools oversees 12 different units that provide direct support to our school districts. Oftentimes I'm asked to serve as the liaison for Commissioner Corcoran on several different boards and entities. And our purview is to support about 2.9 million students and across 4,000 schools statewide. And oftentimes I'm also the primary contact and liaison with school boards and state superintendents.
How many separate school districts are there in Florida?
So when we look at the number of school districts, that we refer to them as LEAs, local education agencies. There's 74 LEAs in the state of Florida, but most folks, when they think about school districts or county-run school districts, there's 67 counties that each have their own school district. The reason there's a couple more LEAs is that there's some of our universities have lab charter schools that operate as their own entity. We have Florida Virtual School, the Florida School of the Deaf and Blind. But for general conversations, it's referred to as about 67 school districts across the state of Florida.
How long have you been the Chancellor of Education, or excuse me, Chancellor of Public Schools?
So I'm in my 5th year working for the Department of Education, and I've served as the Chancellor for about 2.5 years.
What is your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's degree in elementary education and exceptional children, supporting exceptional children as a dual major. I have a master's degree in educational leadership, and I have some doctoral work done. I'm considered all status in educational leadership as well. I've worked in public schools for just over 20 years. I've been an elementary school teacher, primarily supporting students with special needs. I've been an elementary school principal, a high school principal, and a school district superintendent before joining the department.
As background for the court, can you please explain the different school options available to Florida students?
So Florida is unique in its options and pathways that we provide to our students and our families. In fact, Florida is often recognized and heralded because of all the choice opportunities that we have for families. So most schools and most districts, most families may know what we would refer to as a traditional public school or a county-run public school that would serve their child or students in their home zone school. And many of our school districts may also have choice programs within those schools where the students can participate in a magnet program or choice opportunities to schools to participate in other schools that may have programs that aren't offered at all of the traditional schools as we know it. Some of our school districts offer coursework in international baccalaureate programs, Cambridge education. Many of our school districts offer choice or charter opportunities for our students to participate in, our families to participate in. Every school district has virtual options as well. And there's even scholarships available to many of our students and families if the kind of public school system as we know it may not meet their needs. They can look for opportunities to participate in private schools within their community as well. So one of the things that we often brag about in the state of Florida is that parents have multiple pathways and options available to them in every single one of our school districts. And I think other states are jealous of us. The parents in other states are jealous of us and wish they had those options in their states as well. So we're really proud of the work we've accomplished.
That's great. And I want to ask you a little bit about the different virtual options. Can you kind of go through what students have if they wanted to attend or take their education virtually?
So Florida, once again, has been a leader in virtual education. I believe Florida Virtual School was founded around 2007. So they're very experienced in providing virtual options for our families. But within Florida Virtual School, there are students that enroll in Florida Virtual School full time. In fact, they take all of their courses. It goes all the way from kindergarten through 12th grade and participate remotely in a full virtual environment. They also have what's referred to as some flex options, where sometimes students may take additional courses above and beyond their traditional bell schedule if they want to take some accelerated opportunities or participate in courses that their district may not offer. Their students can enroll into the virtual school on a part-time basis as well. And every child in the state of Florida has an opportunity to participate in the Florida Virtual School. Many of our school districts also have what we call Florida Virtual School, kind of like a contract with the Florida Virtual School where they can have platforms in their curriculums, but they run their own virtual school program. And a lot of parents like that opportunity because oftentimes the teachers that work with the district franchise contract in Florida Virtual School are often teachers from their communities that many of their students may already know and have relationships with. Additionally, there are 8 charter providers in the state of Florida that provide multiple different virtual option platforms. So there's a lot of virtual options. The scope is pretty wide and available to meet any of the needs of all of our students.
Your Honor, before I ask my next question, it looks like Dr. Kreisman has joined the Zoom. I'm not sure that he should be on here.
I saw that. I think it's okay. He's not going to be a witness. And
Judge, he's actually going to be a rebuttal witness. So.
Oh, he is? Okay. So let me place him into a waiting room. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know about that.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. He's in a waiting room now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chancellor Oliva, does Alachua County have its own virtual school?
To my knowledge, yes.
What about Hillsborough County?
Yes, sir.
Same question for Palm Beach County.
Yes.
Mr. Oliva, you spoke about magnet schools. Can you tell us what a magnet school is and how it works?
Sure. So oftentimes when I think of what a magnet program is, it would fill a specific niche or area of interest that a group of students may have where they would take a certain sequence of courses. Oftentimes the magnet programs could be a standalone school, or it could be a school within a school where the students travel in cohorts. But typically they're organized, and it could start all the way from kindergarten to 12th grade. Sometimes it may be middle school to high school. But let's say you have a group of students that are interested in certain areas of career technology education or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics area known as STEM. They may work together in a specialized program where all of the electives, the primary coursework revolves around that theme, so that the students that have a passion for learning more about a specific topic can have that topic integrated across the curriculum. But then ultimately, as they go through the progression, they're set up for post-secondary attainment, where they may be earning industry certifications or credentials of value, picking up college coursework along the way. Other magnet programs could be revolved around the arts or music and theater and different programs where it's hard to replicate high-level programs at every school in a district, but the school can put an abundance of resources to have super high quality programs for those families and students that have a particular area of interest that they want to go a lot deeper into that content area.
Now, there's been allegations in this case that students would lose their magnet seat if they did not attend in person. Who sets that policy?
So those would be derived locally. Oftentimes, some districts may have some competitive programs that may generate waiting lists for students to get into. But I can tell you, throughout this pandemic, working with districts, we've set an expectation of compassion and grace and working with families to alleviate those concerns. And our hope is that as principals and school districts are navigating who is on or not on a waiting list to get a magnet program, that if they have families that had seats in those programs but weren't ready to return to hold those seats and work with those families until they're at a comfort level to do so.
Another learning opportunity you mentioned was the Hope Opportunity Scholarship. Can you explain what that is?
So there's several scholarship programs in the state of Florida, and they follow under an umbrella that we would refer to as the Family Empowerment Scholarships, FBS scholarships. And in fact, our legislature this past session has recently done some work to organize those scholarships and streamline them for families. But within those scholarships, Hope is one of the scholarships that are available. That was set up primarily for students that may be bullied or harassed on campus, and as a platform for families and students to ask the school district to give them an opportunity to attend an additional school within that school district and or earn up to a scholarship to attend a private school if that was the wish or desire of the family.
Chancellor Leva, I want to turn now to children who have special education needs. Can you please talk to the court about the requirements for schools in providing services to children who have those special needs?
Sure. So under we refer to it as IDEA, it's the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, and there's some federal laws that really outline the expectations that we have for providing supports for students with special needs. There is nothing that's in our plans or has been our plans throughout dealing with the pandemic that would lower those expectations and levels of supports that we know some of our most valuable, our most vulnerable students need in order to be successful. But when determining that academic plan for students with disabilities, there's a process that we refer to as the IEP team meeting, and that stands for the Individualized Education Plan. That plan is a multidisciplinary approach that involves all the stakeholders that have a vested interest in that student's academic and supports that they need in order to be successful. That includes the parent. Oftentimes it may include the student. It includes special education teachers, general education teachers, administrators. It could even include psychologists, social workers, therapists. Anybody that works with that student is part of that planning process. And part of the goals that is developed in that IEP meeting is academic, social, emotional, and sometimes what we refer to as related goals, because some of our students may need additional supports with occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language therapies that require outside entities or agencies to make sure their needs are being met. But as that academic plan is being written, there's a component that we call special education that we refer to as the least restrictive environment. So our goal for every student, especially with special needs, is for them to be able to be supported at the proper levels in a general education classroom in order to set them up for success to work towards a standard diploma. Some students may need additional layers of support, so the general education classroom may not be appropriate. They may need to be put into a smaller classroom where all the students have the same unique abilities that they have, and they can really receive more specialized instruction and tailored levels of supports. Sometimes it's determined that a full day of learning for a student may be too much, that they may be on a restricted schedule or have a reduction in minutes. Maybe they only need to come to school in the mornings. The settings that the students receive their instruction is discussed during that IEP team meeting, and that continuum of services that we fall under that least restrictive environment can lead all the way up to what's referred to as hospital homebound instruction, where a teacher would go to that child's home and provide instruction to meet that academic needs or goals, depending on the unique abilities of the student that they're serving.
What are some of the obstacles for children in this category when there is mandatory mask requirements?
So when you're talking about students and students with special needs in general, depending on the unique abilities of students, we know we have students that have sensory impairments and issues where if there's something that's on their face, it could become distracting, it could be agitating, it could elevate behaviors that wouldn't be desired, it could disrupt learning of themselves and of others. When we look at students that may be hard of hearing, that have to read the lips of their peers to understand what's happening in their classrooms and or their teachers to be connected. That's a challenge that we've heard that some of our students have had to navigate through with wearing masks. We know that a lot of our students, especially with some unique abilities, rely on social cues that they get from their peers and from their teachers and adults to let them know that their behaviors are on track or not on track, and it can create great angst and anxiety in some of our students if they're not able to read facial expressions. I can tell you, as as a classroom educator that's been a practitioner for a lot of our families, a smile goes a long way because they need to know that there's adults that care about them and can relate to their peers.
Thank you, Chancellor. And now I'm going to transition to the reopening of schools last year. Were you involved in the reopening process with the Department of Education?
So are we referring to the
August of 2020?
Okay, yes, sir.
And based on, or what different learning options did the Department of Education and local school districts provide for that academic year?
So when we were navigating through the 2020-21 school year, welcoming our students back in the fall, we were trying to make sure that we provided as many opportunities that we can for families to make sure that their needs of their children were being met, and that opportunity or that landscape included face-to-face instruction. We worked with districts to make sure that families had a place for students to go 5 days a week and receive the full level of instruction that we would expect them to have, as well as virtual options that are afforded to our families. And then within that, we had what we call the innovative learning space, where there may be an opportunity to provide synchronous and asynchronous learning for our students and families. And we had some students and families choose that option. So we were trying to be as compassionate and lenient with our families to provide as many flexible opportunities as we could, because we know that we have to stay engaged with our students and make sure that they're connected to adults that are going to monitor their academic progress.
And during the 2020-2021 school year, did school districts report how many students chose each of the different learning options?
Yes, so we were able to gather that data through even we call them surveys, where we do formal snapshots of data at specific periods throughout the school year that districts sent to us what their data elements are, and that was one of the elements that we were able to collect.
When you say surveys, were the survey 2 and survey 3, are those the specific surveys?
Right, and those are typically done in survey 2 is typically done in October, and survey 3 is done in February. And those are two very big important times for us in the department, because that snapshot of data not only just looks at which environment students are learning at, but we use that data on our student learner profile to generate lots of reports throughout our agency.
During the 2020-2021 school year, did the traditional 67 school districts also report their masking policies?
I do not believe that was collected in the formal survey data that we responded to in survey 2 and survey 3, but we did do some informal requests for districts to send us what their policies were. It would be more like a survey monkey, just so that we can get a snapshot of where school districts were across the state.
Based on that survey that you did, of the 67 school districts, how many had mask mandates?
So when we talk about mask mandate, there's a couple different layers that went in that go into that. So if I was to pull it in a general sense, I would say it was almost a rule of thirds. About a third of our district didn't have any policies formally adopted at all. About a third of our districts had a formal policy adopted that allowed parents and students to choose whether or not they wanted to participate in the wearing of masks. And then maybe about a third had a formal policy that required everybody in the school district to wear masks.
So 27 school districts, roughly 40% did not have mask mandates?
Roughly, yes.
Did the Department of Education, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd say we're a policy around it, yes.
Okay. Did the Department of Education also require school districts to report positive COVID cases during the 2020-2021 school year?
So any reporting of cases, positive cases or contact tracing was done with the school district working directly with their local Department of Health.
Did the Department of Education have any kind of information on the number of COVID cases coming out of the schools during the last school year?
We were able to get that data through our relationship with the Department of Health. And in fact, many school districts throughout the past school year even created their own kind of dashboards for parents and families to click in and log in to see where the number of cases were broken down by the schools within their community. So we had access to that data.
Did the department utilize this data to aid in its decision-making?
I would say yes. I mean, we definitely looked at this data as well as our relationships with school districts to gather information, and we wanted to hear from our experts who are out in the field working on the front lines on what's working well and what's not, and what can we do for layers of support. Absolutely.
Based on that information, could you determine whether there was a significant difference in the amount of COVID cases between schools with mask mandates and schools without?
We did a kind of a cross-reference of districts of similar size to see what positive or non-positive cases would look like with districts that had masks or didn't have masking policies. And it was statistically really insignificant. There wasn't any difference between a district that had a mask mandating policy and the number of positive cases versus a district that didn't have a mask policy and the number of positive cases.
And does that analysis also reflect what the local districts were seeing at their level?
In fact, as I was throughout the summer and planning even to get ready for this year, when I would talk to school district leaders, they were doing their own analysis when they were determining the policies that they were going to move forward with, and they were coming to the same conclusions. I heard that several times.
Did Commissioner Corcoran also explain this information to the local school districts?
Yes.
Chancellor Leva, have you had an opportunity to review Defendant's Exhibit 45, which is a memorandum from Commissioner Corcoran to school district superintendents dated April 14th, 2021?
I'm familiar with that memo. Yes, sir.
Now, the second paragraph of the memorandum states, throughout the successful reopening of our schools for in-person instruction, we have consistently provided families with the ability to make educational decisions that are in the best interests of their children. Is it a focus of the Department of Education to provide parents with options?
Yes, I think that's something that we hold in high regard and is a priority of our agency.
And why is it important to give parents options?
Because they need to have a seat at the table when looking at, when I look at it from an educational lens, coming to a derivative of the educational path that each family is going to look for their students. Who knows their child better than their parents? And when parents have a seat at the table working with educational experts, we know we're going to see greater lines of success. In fact, if you look almost at parallel trends across this great state of Florida, as we've involved parents more in the decision-making process and provided more paths for students and scholarship opportunities and choice opportunities, over the last 20 years, we've been leading that charge. Florida's graduation rate every year goes up. Every single year it goes up because more students are finding ways to graduate with their peers on time. And anybody would probably agree that our expectations for students to graduate from high school has gotten much more rigorous throughout the 20 years. But paths and choice options work. Students are being successful. We're seeing achievement scores go up, and our biggest metric that we monitor is graduation rates, and that's because we include families and give them options.
Going back to the Commissioner Corcoran's memorandum, the next paragraph says, Florida has once again proven that one-size-fits-all policies do not meet the unique needs of individual students or their families. Therefore, we should continue to make surgical, not sweeping, decisions to mitigate large-scale educational disruptions as we are planning for the upcoming 2021-2022 school year. From your perspective, how has Florida proven that one-size-fits-all policies do not meet the needs of individual students and their families?
So I would say it's with options. And when we were making some really informed decisions back in March of 2020 around what is this pandemic going to look like? What are we really navigating through it? And I can tell you, as we were learning more about the pandemic, we were having daily calls with superintendents, with the commissioner, Department of Health, and we had to make some swift decisions that could be considered sweeping. And one of the decisions that we made right around March was to pivot the way we stayed connected to students. At that time, we were using a term called flatten the curve, and everybody felt like if we could kind of lock down or close down for about 2 weeks, we'll be able to flatten the curve and resume life as we know it. And a lot of our districts were on spring break, and we asked them to extend their spring break to get a little bit better handle on what was happening across the state. And as most of us know, 2 weeks turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. And the way we stayed connected to students and the way we had to pivot education as we knew it was drastically different. When we look at how can we be more surgical in that approach, we immediately started, and I know oftentimes we say that we close schools, but I can tell you, our schools never closed. Our campuses didn't close. Our teachers were still coming to work. Our principals were still in the building. Our food service folks deserve a lot of accolades because they were still cooking meals. Our bus drivers were out delivering meals, delivering homework packets. We were finding the most innovative ways to stay connected with students, which is why I think Florida is a leader in navigating through this pandemic. But we knew we needed to get children back in school as soon as possible. And that started with summer learning. And that started by creating options for families, whether it was a face-to-face option, it was an innovative option, or a virtual option. When we came back in the fall, we put decision-making in parents' hands and provided pathways and opportunities for our families to stay engaged and not just close the doors. While many other states just closed the doors for long periods of time, we knew that if we made those kinds of decisions, it wouldn't meet the needs of our families. We have a very large state. It's a diverse state. It's a great state, and everybody needs different layers of support. And it's up to us as the adults in this industry to make sure that that's an opportunity for our students.
The next paragraph in Commissioner Corcoran's memo starts off stating, as you reflect on the current school year and look ahead to 2021-2022, an example of a one-size-fits-all policy are the mandatory face covering policies in some school districts. Does this statement reflect what you testified to a few minutes ago, that not every school district had a mandatory masking policy, yet still saw the same level of transmission rates?
I think that that's definitely part of that sentiment, is that the data that we saw between districts that did or did not have mask mandates was statistically insignificant. And I can tell you, we heard from lots of families in communities that had mandatory mask policies where the masks weren't working for their children and they wanted options as well. And when we talk about that surgical for sweeping, we need to make sure that we're taking the individual students' needs, the family's choices and desires, and setting policies that we would want to enact or implement across the state, because a one-size-fits-all policy is not going to work for every child. And we've definitely learned that throughout the past several years.
The commissioner's memorandum goes on to state that mandatory masking policies inhibit learning. How is that?
Well, I think it goes to a little bit of what we spoke about with especially our students with special needs. And I can tell you, students pick up on verbal cues, especially when I think about the early learners and learning how to read and how to enunciate and how to make sounds. Masks on teachers, masks on their peers could inhibit that learning. We have a large number of students with special needs in the state of Florida. Of about just over 400,000 students in the state of Florida have special needs and unique abilities. We have just over 250,000 students in the state of Florida who are learning English as a second language. And when you're participating in a language acquisition program, part of learning another language is listening and speaking. And those are some of the things that we monitor for our English language learners is listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And if you're putting teachers and students in a fully masked environment, that could inhibit or just really put a strain on the learning progress that we want the students to participate in.
You just threw out some numbers, 400,000 and 250,000. For frame of reference, how many students are there in the state of Florida?
In the Division of Public Schools and our public education system, it's about 2.9 million.
On the second, going back to the memorandum, on the second page, Commissioner Corcoran asks schools to voluntarily revise their mandatory masking policies. Were most schools receptive to this?
I believe so. If my memory serves me correctly, by the summer of last school year, most of the school districts' mask policies, if they had not been sunset by the end of the year, expired by July 1st. And we were able to maintain robust, rigorous summer learning programs. And to my knowledge, there wasn't any district throughout the summer learning program that had required masking policies. And that's carried into this school year as well.
The data that Commissioner Corcoran is relying on in this memo, is that data that you've reviewed?
As far as the districts that had masking policies and didn't have masking policies, and whether there is a difference in quarantines?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And although this memo was drafted in or disseminated in April of 2021, has the Department of Health continued to assess those numbers?
Excuse me. Speak on behalf of the Department of Health.
Sorry, I misspoke. The Department of Education.
I think he meant Department of Education.
Yeah, yes, sir. We work with our colleagues and peers with the Department of Health and stay in close contact with them as they give us updates across the state as well.
Now, Chancellor Oliva, pivoting to some of the issues in this case, you're aware that plaintiffs are suing the governor of Florida, Commissioner Corcoran, the Department of Education, and the State Board of Education over the governor's executive order 21-175 and Department of Health Emergency Rule 64 DER 21-12.
Familiar with the complaint, yes, sir.
To point out the obvious, did the Department of Education issue the executive order?
No, sir.
Did the Department of Education issue the Department of Health Emergency Rule?
No, sir.
Did the Department of Education issue any rules in response to the executive order?
So the Department of Education was tasked in the executive order to collaborate with the Department of Health. And when we worked with the Department of Health to see which direction they were moving forward with providing updated guidelines for navigating the pandemic in schools for this upcoming school year, the Department of Education looked at updating some rules that fell within our purview, and we were actually able to take to our state board two different rules. One was dealing with attendance and how you can mark presence and absence for students that are at stay-at-home directives or under quarantine. We wanted to create a new data element to monitor and collect that information. And another rule was around the Hope Scholarship that we provided information on earlier to see add to the scope of that scholarship beyond bullying, that if a student or family is subject to a COVID harassment policy, that they may be eligible to participate in that scholarship program as well. So the Department of Education with our state board looked at updating two rules that fell under our purview.
The two rules you just mentioned, are those rules 6AER 21-01 and -02?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it sounds about right. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you, so you mentioned one of the rules alters the Hope Scholarship. Can you just tell us exactly what that rule did and how it relates to COVID-19?
Sure. So basically what that rule did is kind of come up with a definition for COVID harassment. And basically that's for any student that is maybe feeling threatened or discriminated against, or has been dehumanized verbally or insulted, engaged in separation or isolation of students because of COVID related challenges where it would substantially interrupt their ability and performance to learn, that the family can work with the school to fill out that application and qualify or ask to maybe participate in a different school within the county's purview, or qualify for a scholarship that will allow them to attend a private school.
Is part of your job as Chancellor of Public Schools to help school districts and schools comply with various laws and rules?
Yeah, so oversight and compliance is a big part of our role within the agency. So we always like to talk about improving learning, and student achievement is definitely one of our priorities, but oversight and compliance with not just state board rules and Florida statutory requirements, but also guidance on federal policy and grants as well.
Does the executive order direct local school districts to do anything?
The executive order, to my knowledge, does not.
Does the Department of Health rule impose requirements on schools?
The Department of Health will provide a guidance for school districts on the updates that we're going to use as we navigate through dealing with the pandemic. And I can tell you that's something that our school districts were very appreciative of, that we had clear expectations of the roles and responsibilities for our students and families, but particularly in the developing of quarantining protocols and isolating stay-at-home directives, that we were able to give clear, consistent guidance across the state on how we're going to navigate through students that may have symptoms, may test positive, may not have symptoms, may have been exposed. A clear definition of what does a direct exposure mean. It's something that very grateful for.
Mr. Burns, before you go further with Mr. Oliva,
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to give you notice pursuant to Florida Statute Chapter 204(1) that I intend to take judicial notice of 3 matters. One is the most current that I can find press release of the State Board of Education dated August 2021 relating to school boards of Alachua and Broward counties. I believe it also relates to what the policy is of the department and governor, as well as attached to that are orders to Broward County and orders to Alachua County. I want to give you opportunity to decide whether or not you wish to object to that. So I'll give you time if you need to take a break so you can review those press release and those 2 orders if you haven't. I'm sure the chancellor is familiar with them, but I thought it would be fair to let you know that I plan to take judicial notice of that. And before you ask him any further questions along your line of questioning, is put everybody on notice of that. So would you all like some time to analyze and discuss that before you go further?
Yes, Your Honor. We didn't have any notice of this before, so if we could have a few minutes, that'd be helpful.
Sure. Is 30 minutes enough, or if you need more, let me know. 30 minutes work for y'all, and Mr. Abel?
30 minutes will be sufficient, Your Honor.
I'll ask the plaintiffs, is that enough time for you all to consult on it?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, it's on the Department of Education website. So I don't think there's any dispute as to the authenticity of it, but I want to put you on notice, and I didn't want anybody to be asked questions that might be covered by these until they had a chance to be aware of that. So we'll take a break until 2:30, and we'll come back. And if you all need more time to consider, just let me know when we come back at 2:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, is the court reporter ready?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, I decided to give y'all a little extra time. It's been about 42, 43 minutes. Let me ask the defense, Mr. Burns, does the defense have a position on the judicial notice of this press release and the attachments to the press release?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendants object twofold. One is under our standing relevance objection, and we understand the court's ruling on that, but I wanted to make clear that we object under that. And we also, defendants object because we believe this circumstance exceeds what is authorized under the judicial notice sections of the evidence code.
Help me out, because I've got it in front of me.
Your Honor, it appears that these documents were noticed in response to one of the court's questions posed yesterday during the argument on the defendant's motion for involuntary dismissal. And so we would believe that type of judicial notice is improper here.
I don't think that's it. You called the chancellor of the department, and I looked to see on the site what press releases there were, and this is the most current one. And I brought it up only when questions were asked to him. Questions that were asked was whether his job was oversight and what the executive order and the DOH rule does or doesn't do. So at that point, I thought it would be unfair not to put him on notice of this. This is a Department of Education press release. I don't think it's consistent with any position that the lawyers for the defendant have taken in this case, both pre-trial and during the trial. Whether or not it helps or hurts the plaintiff, I don't know. But I do think it's a statement from the two defendants as to how they view what the policy is and what enforcement action, if any, is authorized under the policy. So that's where I am. What did the plaintiff say?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Craig Wisenhunt for the record. We have no objection. It has been our intent during the cross-examination of this witness to raise these documents. You simply beat us to it, but I agree that pursuant to 90.204, the court on its own motion can take judicial notice of facts relevant to the proceedings to ensure all of the information necessary to reach a judicial determination can be made.
Well, before I take judicial notice of it, perhaps then I should let if the plaintiffs have some sort of trial strategy, I'm not interested in getting involved in the plaintiff's trial strategy. I just want to put people on notice that this is what I intend to do. If, let me say to the defendants, that if in fact I do take judicial notice, if you need more time to prepare with Mr. Oliva or you need other witnesses, I'll give you whatever time you request. I'll give you ability, if you wish to add additional documents, whatever you wish to do to respond to this. But I think it's appropriate to have a statement from the department of what it views the policy is. And vis-a-vis the argument yesterday, there's certainly enough in the record in the pleadings for me to deal with that if it becomes relevant in this case. So anyway, let me ask you this. Does the defendant wish to take any time to discuss these policies with their witness before you continue your examination?
I think it would be helpful, Your Honor, if I could just ask for clarification. Are you taking judicial notice of the documents?
Well,
because that will inform I guess how we proceed, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what the plaintiffs are going to do, so I'll just have to just assume, since I don't know what they're going to do, it's my intent to take judicial notice of these documents. I'll give them an exhibit number when the time comes right, but they are, just for the record, August 20, 2020 August 20, 2021 press release from the Florida Department of Education, and attached to that press release are links to they're referred to in the press release and attached to it, 2 orders that I guess are, well, 2 orders from the State Board of Education under its oversight and enforcement authority, to one to Broward County, one to Alachua County. I have scanned this, but I have not thoroughly read it. I scanned it enough to believe that it's relevant, and it goes to the issue as to the interpretation by the defendants of what the order says and does, and how they are at this time enforcing it with respect to two counties. I don't know whether it's being enforced in the same way or different way with anyone else or not. So I will take judicial notice of it. And I'm just going to make a note on there, judicial notice. Determined (8/25/21) with my initials. Now, just so you'll know, I'm probably going to make a copy of it, because every time I print something in my office, I use old paper. So what's on the back is from some other case. I use it and then I recycle it when I finish. So I'll make a copy of what I'm taking judicial notice of. The material on the back here is from some other case that's not related to this case. So anyway, my you want to see my printer? That's what's up next to be printed on the back. So it's just what I do. All right, let me get this together. All right, so now, Mr. Burns, do you wish to have any more time to consult with your witness?
Your Honor, we're prepared to proceed. We would request leave to be able to add additional documents if necessary.
Yes, I will give you that. As you know, I have allowed you to add every document you've asked to put in so far, and I will give you a broad consideration on adding additional documents if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
Okay, no problem. You ready to start? Mr. Oliva, are you ready to start?
Yes, Your Honor.
I ask you one question that I've been dying to ask you. Are you from the Tampa branch of the family?
No, I'm from the Miami area originally.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, Oliva family in Tampa is a very famous cigar family. So anyway, I assume from your background that you were not involved in the cigar business, since you've been in the education business your whole career. So thank you for allowing me to ask you a personal question.
Of course.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chancellor Oliva, are you familiar with the press release that the court has referenced?
Yes, sir.
Now, the orders that are attached to that press release, do they offer Broward and Alachua counties an opportunity to come within compliance?
That is my understanding.
And what's your understanding of how long those 2 counties had to come within compliance?
So when we talk about Alachua County and specific to the orders that you're being referenced to, I think it's important to note that the commissioner found.
Excuse me, I'm having a hard time understanding you, sir.
All right, Mr. Oliva, there may be, I don't know if there's some sound there. Why don't we just try it again?
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Are you near a mic, or do you have one on your?
No, I can speak up a little bit as well. I don't know if that's better.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem. So when
you were talking about those 2 counties.
For Alachua and Broward County, Commissioner Corcoran had found probable cause that they were in violation of law. And when we're talking about the violation of law, we're specifically talking about the Department of Health's emergency rule. So that probable cause was sent to our State Board of Action, who found that those two districts have violated the law by requiring a medical excuse to opt out of mandating or wearing a mask. And those districts were given, based on the timing of the release and reference until yesterday, to respond to the Department of Education. My understanding is they have both complied with the timeframes in response. I have not personally yet reviewed their responses. I intend to in the coming days, or even later today. But ultimately, from my lens and as an agency lens, is we just want to ensure that all districts are following state statutes and state rules and implementing all laws with fidelity. And if somebody is out of compliance, goal number one is to see what we can do to ensure that they are meeting the expectations and the spirits of all laws.
Chancellor Oliva, I want to just pick up on one point you mentioned. You stated that Alachua and Broward filed their reports yesterday. Is that correct?
That's what their deadline was due yesterday. They were given 48 hours business days to respond, and that would have been expired by yesterday.
And as you haven't reviewed those reports, do you have any knowledge as to whether those two counties are in compliance?
I haven't reviewed their responses yet. I have not debriefed with our team yet. I know we've got some other individuals that are working more hands-on on that specific initiative, so I'd have to seek their counsel.
You also stated that you want to make sure that the school districts are complying with all of the laws. Is the Parents' Bill of Rights one of those laws that you seek to ensure the school districts are complying with?
Yes, sir.
And now I want to get back to what we were talking about before these orders. And in terms of COVID mitigation at the school level, what are some of the measures that public schools are implementing to protect students?
So there's a variety of strategies that are being implemented, and one, I think it's important to note that as navigating through this pandemic, we were able to hold harmless school districts' budgets to maintain the level of operations that we had forecasted for. It's on top of the district's funding that they received, we received some significant amount of federal dollars that are coming to us in 3 different packages that we would say are used to supplement what school districts are using, not supplant it. So to get into these strategies, I think it's important to know that we received a significant amount of federal dollars, and those came in packages that we refer to as CARES dollars, and CARES is an acronym for Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. And specifically under those CARES umbrella, there's the Elementary and Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund, and those came to us in 3 different increments that have 3 different timelines for implementation. So when we look at the Elementary Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund, we call that ESSER 1. The first package was about $770 million that we were able to distribute to school districts, and the majority of those dollars are allocated in what we would refer to as an entitlement fund. Basically, we look at the pot of money we have and the number of students that a district has, and we're able to distribute that through what we call an RFA, which is a request for an application. Because even though they're federal dollars, there's reasonable allowable expenses that have to be met with conditions of assurances, and we're able to get those applications out to districts. And once they were able to submit the information we need, we were able to immediately deploy and release those funds. Well, those dollars were used to start with the reopening of schools or the re-welcoming of students back into our campuses. Some of them even started with summer learning programs, because on top of the mitigating strategies that districts can use to purchase supplies such as extra sanitizers, extra cleaning materials, they can do facility repairs and improvements that reduce transmission. Those dollars are designed to support any student health needs and additionally other activities to maintain continuity of services, which means access to teaching and learning. But specifically to your question, districts looked at the mitigating strategies that have come through the recommendation of the Department of Health, and were able to bring in partition devices. We're able to use these dollars to add extra staff to lower the number of students in classes so that they can increase social distancing. School districts have been really creative at adjusting bell schedules to reduce the number of students transitioning in the hallways. Add additional lunches. Sometimes, let's say an elementary school with 1,000 students in it may have only 2 lunches. Well, instead of having 2 lunches, maybe they can have 3 or 4 lunches to reduce the number of students that are waiting in line in the cafeteria. School districts have added additional bus routes to minimize the number of students that are riding on a bus, and they were able to use these ESSER 1 dollars, and those go out through the 22 school year. But I think it's important to note that after that package, soon after, and these dollars go through 23, is what we call the Coronavirus Response Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. And that was almost $3 billion that are being distributed to schools. And then right now we're in the third package. We're working through the third package, which would go through the 24 school year, called the American Rescue Plan dollars, which is almost $7 billion. So on top of our state allocations and the dollars we get through local tax revenues, the federal dollars to supplement the great work and needs that school districts can tap into resources is almost $11 billion for the state to add staff, to do summer programs, to add transportation, buy cleaning supplies, whatever facility improvements that they need, or any kind of allowable expense along that scope is something that we're working with districts to implement.
And besides purchasing things or adding staff and making improvements from those dollars, what other creative ways creative ideas are school districts implementing to mitigate the spread of COVID in classrooms?
Well, some of our school districts are really rolling up their sleeves and asking parents directly what do they want to see to get to a level of comfort that they would feel like they're ready to send their child to school. I've even heard of districts surveying parents and saying, would you prefer for your child to be in a classroom where everybody's wearing a mask, including the teacher, versus other opportunities? And parents are able to have those choice options. And that's where I go back to what makes Florida so great and innovative, is that we're providing choice options. And for a lot of our families that wanted to choose a distance learning or virtual option, there was some limitations for access to devices and internet that districts were able to overcome with these dollars, because they were able to directly purchase hotspots and give them to families and check them out, provide laptops and digital devices, so that whatever option or path that a parent chose, the school districts, the leaders, the teachers in that community can navigate through any challenge or obstacle that comes up, because we have the resources available to do so.
Just to make sure that I understood everything that you were saying at the beginning of that answer, school districts are sending surveys to parents to ask them if they want their child to be in a mask-only classroom. Is that what you said?
Some districts have chosen that, yes. They're working directly with families and asking if those are options that they would want available to them.
And so they're giving parents that choice.
Yes, sir.
Chancellor Oliva, for parents who feel that the decisions of other parents may create threats or risks to their own children, how do you address this as the chancellor of the public school system?
Well, I would say that those concerns are real, right? So when I'm meeting with a parent or a family that has concerns about their children being exposed or coming down with COVID and medical complexities that are associated with. The first thing that I would always encourage those families to do is to meet with their principal, meet with their teacher, and find out what strategies they have in place to mitigate risk. I can tell you, as a father of 2 children that attend public schools, and I've attended public schools for day one, we have to have those conversations with our own children as well. I have a son who has severe allergies and is severely asthmatic. And the conversations I have with my own son is worry about the protocols that you can control. It's hard to control the behavior of others, but you know how to wash your hands, you know how to wear a mask, you know how to social distance. Worry about the actions that are within your purview, because ultimately I want you to be a kid. I want him to go to school with his peers. I want him to be in Little League. I want him to go to birthday parties. I want him to go to church. I want to have those experiences. I can't control the environment of every person when we go to the grocery store or to a restaurant, but we can control the actions within ourselves. And those are the conversations that I have as a parent with my child, and the conversations that we would have with our doctors locally on what are the best strategies for my own children and myself that I would implement.
As a parent, do you appreciate being able to make that choice for your children?
Absolutely.
Chancellor Oliva, based on your experience in education, do you believe Florida's children are safe in school despite not every single student and employee wearing a mask?
When I think about the biggest concern, especially being a former principal and a former superintendent and a former teacher, I think anybody that works in education today would say making sure we have safe, conducive learning environments and a system of care for our students is our number one priority and our number one goal. And we will strive every single day to make sure that every child that we welcome into our campuses are in a safe place. In our school districts, our local leaders, our elected officials, our teachers are exemplary care, which is why Florida is being heralded for so much success with the way we've been able to welcome our students back and see high levels of student performance, is because safety is at the core, is a core value of every decision that we make.
And in ensuring student safety, you talked about this system of care. Can you describe what you mean by system of care?
Well, when we look at supports for students, we know a lot of that starts with access to adults that care about them. And when we look at a system of care, one of the goals and one of the opportunities we provide for our students is not only rigorous learning, robust classrooms, but do students have access to high quality mental health education and mental health services, access to adults and programs where there's mentors and the children feel like they're welcomed by a teacher that cares about them. Do they have band directors that care about them, football coaches that care about them? Do they have a circle of friends that care about them? Because we know in that system of care, having some of those basic needs being met is paramount to setting the stage for a conducive learning environment. And we work very, very hard. We've been very fortunate to have some great initiatives through our legislature, supported all the way through our executive branch, on allocating resources and dollars to really scope that out. And that is important work. It doesn't ever stop. It always speeds up and is ongoing. But students need to know that adults care about them. And I go back to being a classroom teacher and looking at classroom management strategies. When I can look at a kid in the eyes and smile and reinforce the behaviors that I want them to see, that's part of that system of care, because I can provide that personal relevant connection each and every single day. And our students need those reassurances.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Chancellor Oliva, thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
All right, who's crossing?
I am, Your Honor, Craig Wizenhunt for the record.
All right, Mr. Wizenhunt, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chancellor Oliva, you've now mentioned quite a few times on your direct examination how genuinely proud you are of the accolades Florida has received for how they've handled education in the last 18 months, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware right now on a national level where Florida falls in terms of the rapid spread of COVID within their states?
When it comes to monitoring the status of Florida, we rely on that information from the Department of Health, and I have not recently read any studies in regard to that.
Okay. If you learned that right now Florida more or less is leading or among the leading states in the country for new COVID cases, would that be a point of concern for you?
It'd be something that we would have some discussions about, sure.
Sure. Have you had any discussions, sir?
We work very consistently with school districts around what are the challenges that they're facing. I talk to school districts every single day and look at what we can do as far as providing resources to help our folks that are working in our classrooms, and we stay in close contact with our partners at the Department of Health.
But have you had any conversations with the local school districts within Florida recently about the surge of COVID cases that is shutting down public schools throughout the state?
The conversations we have are typically around the number of positive cases that are being identified within a school building, whether it's between students and staff, and the contact tracing protocols. Yes, every single day.
Right. And you're aware that nationwide, Florida is either the leader or among the leaders of new onset cases of COVID in children in schools.
As I stated before, I have blinders for Florida. I typically don't worry about what's happening in other states. My focus is on the students here in the state of Florida, so I'm not at liberty to say what's happening in other states.
Okay. But you don't know how we compare to other states?
I don't monitor that. I worry about the students on our classrooms. I'm an educational practitioner, and that's what my focus is on.
So if it were true that other states are having far fewer sets of onset COVID diagnoses in student populations, would that be an indication to you that maybe there is a strategy you're not employing that other states are that has proven successful?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
So my response to that would be, when I think about the state of Florida and our region, there's other factors that make up the scope of what's happening in schools. And when I look at Florida as a sub-sample of what we'd see across the state, we have very small schools, we have very large schools, we have some very small districts, we have some very large districts. When we talk about how are we navigating through the pandemic across the state of Florida, it's reflective of a sample size that may not be replicated in another state. If I were to ask you how big is the average school district in the state of Wyoming, I couldn't tell you that. Could I tell you how big some of those schools are? I don't know. Can I tell you what their safety protocols that they put in place? I'm not really sure. I can tell you what we're doing in the state of Florida. And when we talk with our local officials that are working on navigating through implementing the Department of Health's rules and the recommendations from our Surgeon General, we're going to do that with fidelity to mitigate any spread or exposure.
So just so I can be clear, you effectively said you put on blinders, right? You're not looking at other states.
I focus on Florida. That's correct.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your answer?
I'm focused on Florida schools right now. That is my priority. Since we started school in August, on August 10th, my direct focus is on making sure we're able to operate our schools with high levels of academic success.
But it's more than just academic success, right? It's also student safety.
Absolutely.
Right. And in fact, in a lot of ways, you would agree those go hand in hand.
And when you talk about student safety, are you talking about the umbrella of student safety, or are you talking about specifically within navigating through the pandemic?
No, in this context, sir, I would say kind of the umbrella of public safety, that academic success is likely to be best when students are safe in schools.
That's correct.
Okay. But as you're looking at the state of Florida, and you're instrumental in guiding the districts and helping them navigate this COVID crisis, you're not considering alternative approaches that have proven successful elsewhere. You're focusing only on Florida.
So that's why I asked you about the safety umbrellas, because now you're asking me a specific question about COVID and mitigating spread. That conversation is with our Department of Health and the Surgeon General, who I stay in contact with every day. I'm relying on their expertise to look at best practices on mitigating spread in other states and other schools, to bring those to Florida so that I can help support what their vision is in making sure our schools stay safe.
Okay. And if they take a position that's adverse to student safety, whose responsibility is it to stand up for students?
When I look at if you're asking me about mitigating COVID spread and protocols, because you keep kind of going back and forth through safety and then narrowing in and then big umbrella. So I want to make sure I'm asking your question directly. If you're asking me about how do we develop policies and best practices for mitigating the COVID spread, I have great faith in our Surgeon General. He's done a fantastic job giving us guidance, and that is who I'm going to rely on, giving us that expertise and guidance moving forward.
How do you know if he's giving you particularly good guidance if you have blinders as to how everywhere else has handled it?
Because I talk to school superintendents every day. I'm a parent of a child who went to school 180 school days last year without any incident. And I got state level accountability assessment data for my own personal children. And I looked at our state data that said they learned. That to me is success.
Okay. But what about the fact that students are dying from COVID in Florida schools? That's clearly not success, right? We'd agree that when students get sick or die, that's not success.
So you made a reference about students dying from COVID in schools. I'm not familiar with any cases of that happening, and I am not comfortable speaking to that. I'm talking about from an academic lens of running schools with the guidance and the best practices that we can. That's what we implement.
Right. But with blinders to any alternative methods, right?
You're misusing my words against me, so I want to be very clear. I am focused in on running Florida schools. I'm not focused on Wyoming. I look at what we can do to make sure our schools are running great. I look at academic advice from other schools. I look at other state standards. I look at their testing protocols. When it comes to navigating through the pandemic, we take our direction from the Department of Health. I'm going to look at other schools on best practices on how to implement that system of care. How do we provide access to counselors, alternative bus routes, great ways to get meals on wheels? I will absolutely look at the best practices, not only just in other states, but around the nation. But if you're asking me about developing protocols for mitigating this pandemic, we take our guidance from the Department of Health.
Let me switch gears, if you don't mind, a little bit, because you talked about how you look to other states for academic standards and successes and metrics. And I'm sure you'd agree that one of the methods by which we assess the quality of education in Florida is if we're on par with, national testing rates and things like that. Fair?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the National Education Association, the NEA?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm sure you're aware that every year the NEA gathers really tons of data from every state. They review, compare, and contrast the data and produce annual reports ranking states' public schools. Are you familiar?
I've seen different versions of reports similar to that, yes.
Right. And to some extent, I'm sure you're mindful of what those reports show, but I think you may also agree we take them with a grain of salt, right?
Those are your words.
Okay. Would you agree with those words?
No, I like to look at data, and I'm going to ask questions about data, and I believe data drives decisions, and we use that information that is relevant to help developing best practices and strategies that we can utilize.
So I want to talk to you very briefly, and not for the purposes of introducing these as evidentiary things, but it's more or less as a hypothetical for you. But if, as an example, you learned Florida ranked 50 out of 50 states in an NEA assessment of schools, that would be troubling. Wouldn't you agree?
I would have to see the metrics that they're using to come up with that ranking. I don't know what they're comparing Florida to.
I appreciate that, because I agree with you. And in fact, when it comes to that, the NEA ranked Florida 50 out of 50th in how much we compensate our teachers. All right, but that's the context of that. And you would agree with me, the context of 50 out of 50 matters, right?
Depending on the metric we're measuring, yes.
Sure. And likewise, the NEA also would say that Florida ranks third in the country, but that metric is for total student population. Okay. And the reason I wanted to bring that to your attention is because we kind of evolved into a place these days where you can make a very truthful statement that can seem very misleading. Because I could, if you would agree, I could make the statement that Florida is 50th out of 50.
Jack, is there a question here, or is Mr. Wisenhunt just testifying?
Yeah, let's narrow it down to a specific question, Mr. Wisenhunt.
When you're looking at the data, you mentioned it's important that you know what that data relies upon to know really what value to get it, correct?
Yes.
And data can be skewed and abused truthfully, but still be misinforming of people.
That's your opinion.
Well, would you agree that data can be used to misinform people?
I go back to, I don't know what the data is or the context or where you're going with this line of question, but I'm a practitioner and I like to make data informed decisions, and I'm not going into anything to try to manipulate data or try to create a false narrative. So I would need to know the context of what you're even talking about.
And let me be clear, Chancellor Leva, I'm not suggesting that you're misrepresenting or misleading anyone. Okay. But are you aware of the fact that sometimes people use data points not for their accuracy, but to mislead people?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. I think this is a point of argument that can be made by counsel in closing argument. So I think we've kind of gone through that several times. So
I don't mind moving on, Your Honor. Thank you.
yes, sir.
How often, sir, in your experience, have you found yourself making healthcare decisions on behalf of your students?
I'm not, that's a very broad question. I don't.
Okay, that's fair. Help me, maybe we can narrow this down together.
What you mean by that?
Well, let me ask you,
Hey,
what is
hold on a second. Let me let Mr. Oliva repeat his answer there, because I'm not sure the court reporter got the last part of his answer.
When y'all are talking on top of each other, so no, I didn't.
So, Mr. Oliva, do you want to just kind of repeat your answer or summarize what your answer was so we can get it down?
Yeah, I was just saying that's a very broad and general question that's very difficult to answer. I would need to know more of what do you mean by a healthcare decision?
Okay. Well, in the context of the law as it stands right now, and we talked a few moments ago on direct about the Parents' Bill of Rights and healthcare decisions for parents. What does that mean in that context? What's a healthcare decision in that context, as you understand it?
So, if I was to kind of look at that in a practical sense.
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Wisenhunt's asking the witness to make a legal conclusion.
So let me ask Mr. Wisenhunt, can you restate the question? I'm going to listen to it carefully.
Certainly. My question for Chancellor Oliva is, On direct, we talked about bringing schools into compliance with the Parents' Bill of Rights, which safeguards healthcare decisions for parents. And I'm asking Chancellor Oliva what that means in his understanding, because that's what he's been tasked with enforcing.
Same objection.
I think he can answer what he understands it to mean, since he's testified that he is involved in enforcement. So overruled to the extent I've stated it. I don't know that he is required to give a traditional legal opinion, but he can state how he understands it from his job duties. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I've clarified it or made it more confusing, Chancellor. So you can proceed.
Say when it comes to healthcare decisions in a school setting, oftentimes our schools have school nurses. If a child may get hurt on a playground or not be feeling well, that we want to make sure before anybody takes immediate action to send people to a hospital or a doctor, that the parents are part of that conversation if they're dealing with maybe a health emergency. Is kind of just the broad scope that I would look at. How does this apply to schools?
And so if I'm understanding you correctly, when the possibility is of did you say an emergency? You felt that certainly would be covered?
It may be, yes.
Okay. You taught for many years. I think you mentioned you were a principal. You've obviously spent a career in public schools. In your experience, has there ever been a time where a kid fell and cut their knee or their elbow?
Yeah, I was an elementary school teacher at one point, so recess happens.
Right. Like every day, they seem to just get bumps and bruises and nicks and cuts, right? Part of that's good though, right? And that part of growing up.
I don't know if it's good. I don't ever want to see anybody be injured, but part of being a kid is being a kid.
And kids seem to like bounce up pretty quickly most of the time. Would you agree though that it's important if a kid has an injury like that, if they have a cut, that a Band-Aid or something get placed over that wound?
I think it depends on the type of injury.
Okay. But an open cut, perhaps a child who's bleeding, it would be normal for the school nurse to clean it up and put a Band-Aid over it. Right?
Yeah, and contact the parent and let them know what they're doing as well.
Sure. And certainly if they could not stop the bleeding, if it was a bad cut, you would expect them to immediately contact parents and arrange for emergency care. Okay. And would you agree that part of the reason for that is really twofold, right? Because when a student is in school, the school in some ways acts as their parent in that moment, that in loco parentis idea.
In
right?
local,
And in loco parentis, it's a Latin. Okay. Would you agree, Chancellor Oliva, that?
Yes, and loco parentis is that we, as school educators, should be operating under the best interests of the children.
Right. And sometimes that means, making sure that you put that Band-Aid over there so they don't end up risking getting an infection, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also because you may not be doing that, but
I'm not hearing this.
Certified.
Y'all are talking two at the same time. Sometimes court reporters having some problems. So
The last answer was yes, and I didn't get what he added.
why don't we start with the question that started after yes, and then I'll give the commission the chance. I'm sorry, I keep calling you commissioner. That's not on purpose. I'll give the chancellor a chance to answer the question again.
And so, Chancellor, I believe that you had begun answering the question because I said, they would put a Band-Aid on it, protect the kid from an infection. I believe you were saying that the teachers themselves may not do that directly, but they would take action to make sure that the kid got a Band-Aid.
Correct. That was where I was headed. I apologize if to the court reporter. But yeah, the teacher themselves may not be attending to a wound, but somebody that's qualified or certified would do so.
And in addition to making sure that that student maybe doesn't have that open wound get infected, you also don't want blood from one student on surfaces that other students are going to be interacting with, right?
Correct.
All right. And you would agree with me that that is a public health concern within the school. You want to not have bodily fluids all over the place.
In personnel is they do annual training on bloodborne pathogens on dealing with that in school settings as well.
Repeat the answer, please. I didn't get that.
She had a court reporter get that. So if you will, Chancellor, will you repeat that?
So sure, the staff in school districts get trained on bloodborne pathogens annually for how to deal with hazardous waste.
Thank you.
And Chancellor, you would agree with me that in some circumstances, statewide, we implement rules that kind of touch on a personal medical decision or a healthcare decision. And specifically, I'm talking about with vaccines. And do we require certain vaccines for enrollment in Florida's public schools?
My understanding, and I'm not our purview doesn't oversee the vaccines in schools. That is a role with our nurses in the Department of Health. But just from being a practitioner in schools, there are certain grade levels where there's vaccine cards that are put on file for students. But my understanding is there's also exemptions for those as well.
My understanding.
Is there's exemptions for those as well.
Are you familiar with, for instance, the measles vaccine is a required one unless you have a medical or that
I think part of the
right
problem,
to you,
Mr. Wise,
your experience?
sometimes you're cutting your Wi-Fi is cutting you out, especially like at the end of your sentences. I think the court reporter's having trouble hearing your whole question.
I really am. It's becoming more difficult for some reason.
Okay, so you might want to try, if you have I don't know where your microphone is, but just try to get closer and speak a little louder and slower so the Wi-Fi can pick it up.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll definitely do that. And
You've
everyone
got,
has to
you've got
forgive
an
my face
echo in
getting a
there,
little
like
closer.
Mr. Wisehunt, there's some sort of echo or feedback, like, I don't know if you have a phone on or a radio or something like that. There's some kind of feedback going on. Not terrible, but sometimes it cuts your voice in and out. I think that's the issue. But anyway, I know we live in the age of Zoom, so do the best you can and we'll get through it.
Sure. I think in so many ways, I think we wish like schools going back in person, we could do court more or less back in person, but is this coming through okay now?
Yes.
That sounds better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, small steps towards success here.
Baby
All right,
steps.
so let's see where I was there.
Are
So
you
Chancellor, I
familiar
was
with the
asking,
measles?
You're talking
Yes,
about the
thank you.
measles vaccine, I think.
right. And Chancellor, you would agree that making sure really all students are vaccinated against the measles, that's a uniform need across all of Florida's public schools, right?
So I keep going back to I'm not at liberty to give medical advice on what is the conditions for measles or not. Vaccinations is under the purview of our school nurses, which is under the purview of our Department of Health, which we support in school, but we don't implement those laws or monitor those roles. That is with our Department of Health friends.
All right. The decision then about, for instance, school masking, does that go through the nurses as well?
When you talk about the school masking, are you speaking in regard to the recent Department of Health rule?
Right, the one that is subject to the executive order that told the Department of Health and the Department of Education to figure this out.
Right, so when we worked with the Department of Health, we received their guidance on mitigating protocols that would be under their purview. The Department of Education looked at rules that would be under our purview as well. Masking was not one of the rules that is under the Department of Education's purview.
But it's enforced through the Department of Education that schools are compliant with the Department of Health.
As far as implementation, yes.
And that's what gave rise to the orders to Broward and Alachua County that you spoke of on direct.
Correct. If it comes to our attention that a school district may or may not be violating state board law or rule or state rules and laws, it's our obligation to work with those districts to come into compliance.
And Chancellor, you were a principal in Flagler County, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, would you agree with me that Florida is a pretty diverse state in terms of its counties?
Yes.
Right. And so what may have made sense for you in Flagler County maybe wouldn't have made as much sense, say, in Hillsborough or Bay County or Monroe?
I think that's a fair statement.
You talked about on direct. In fact, I believe maybe one of the very first things you said is that there are 74 LEAs in Florida.
Correct. That's right. For local education agencies is the LEA.
Okay. And those local education agencies are important for providing quality education to students.
That's a fair statement.
Right. Would you agree with me? It would be really challenging for you to try and manage the day-to-day affairs of all of the schools in the state of Florida from Tallahassee.
I say that's exactly. We don't run the day-to-day operations. That's why we have school districts and school leaders at the local level to run the day-to-day operations.
Right. And day-to-day, the needs of a local school district may vary, right?
Correct.
You had a lot of experience, I believe, earlier in your career of dealing with extraordinary students or students with special needs. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you talked a little bit about on direct, the importance of making sure that those students had an opportunity to be in our schools, right?
That's correct.
And when possible, it's really important to be able to take those kids who maybe have some vulnerabilities and put them into mainstream classrooms or put them into contact with other children for their development and their well-being.
We refer to that as the least restrictive environment, which would be the general education classroom.
Which would be the
general education classroom.
Now, in your experience, that's not always possible, right? There are some students who have developmental concerns that really make it impossible, for instance, for them to be in a general classroom.
Yeah, it may or may not be developmental, but there's a continuum of services. Yes, I mean it may not be an appropriate setting for all students.
Right, and so you have developed a way to make sure that you can still provide educational opportunities for those students, even if they can't be in the same classroom as everyone else.
And that is done through the individualized education planning meeting, the IEP process.
Okay. Now, in a lot of ways, you talked about the options on direct, the Florida virtual school and virtual options. Would you agree there's some challenge in delivering the kind of education and services to those students who have IEPs for behavioral or emotional or mental concerns? That it's more challenging to do that in a virtual context?
I don't know if I can make that blanket statement that it's more challenging, but some students may thrive in that environment while other students may not, which is why it's an individualized decision.
Okay. But would you concede at least that there may be some students who need those assistance of extra services who would not do well in a virtual environment?
That would be the case for some students, yes.
Sure. And that there are also some students who maybe have a health concern, a vulnerability, perhaps cancer, leukemia, or some other medical concern that makes them vulnerable, who would not fare as well in a virtual environment as they would in person.
Depending on that student, yeah, there's some students that would not do well in a virtual environment and would benefit from a qualified teacher or adult.
Okay.
In person.
And so I think we would agree. Sorry, are you done?
Yes.
So I think we would agree that it's good that there may be some virtual options, but we would also agree they're not the right options for everyone.
Are you referencing for students with disabilities specifically?
Let me start with them specifically. So for students with disabilities, you would agree, good, virtual is good for some, but not for all.
What I would agree to is for students with disabilities, we have a continuum of services that supports those students to find the learning modality and location that best meets their needs. It may be virtually, it may be in the general education classroom, it may be for home instruction. We have a continuum of services and multiple platforms and pathways to meet every student's unique abilities, needs, and there is no limitations to setting those expectations.
So if you had a student who had an autoimmune disorder or was otherwise immune compromised, but would not succeed with virtual options, that their style of learning, their experiences and education don't invite themselves well to that virtual environment. Would you agree that it's especially important for those students that the school be a safe and clean location for them?
When I talk about the placement of a student with disability, that conversation happens in the IEP meeting. So the people that know that student the best, including their parents, and sometimes students are old enough to advocate for themselves, would have that discussion. If the classroom is not a place that's conducive for their learning, they could qualify to have qualified teachers provide one-on-one individualized instruction in their living room, all the way up to the general classroom. Every one of those options exists. That conversation happens individually for that student in the IEP meeting.
One of the reasons that Governor DeSantis pushed so strongly for a return to in-person brick and mortar schools was the perception that there's an inherent value and benefit to students being in the classroom. Right?
I think when we look at student performance data or indicating data, that the students that come to school face-to-face tend to do better than students that didn't get direct support or instruction. And that classroom teacher experience is of benefit to most of our students.
And so an individualized one-on-one in your living room would unavoidably miss out on some of those other aspects of learning.
If you go back to what I just said, that being with a qualified teacher, those students do the best. What better experience could you have for a student versus one-on-one instruction versus 1-on-25? I may argue the flip side, that student that gets one-on-one personalized instruction may have more access to high quality education and a better learning experience than somebody that's just another number in the crowd.
So would you agree that every case is a little bit different?
And that's why when we talk about supporting our students with special needs, it's an individualized education plan where there's a multidisciplinary team approach of the people and adults and the students and the parents that develop a plan that's unique to that student.
What about for your normal students, not extraordinary ones, not special needs ones, just normal kids in school?
So I have a hard time defining what normal is. So I'll just, students that don't have an individualized education plan or that don't need additional layers of supports may qualify for additional services that may not come through exceptional student education, but there could be accommodations through what's known as a 504 plan. And those considerations are taken into place as well. When I talk about that system of care, That's the principals, the teachers, the school districts knowing their students to produce a conducive environment that lays out that educational plan that works best for them.
And so ultimately, you would agree that that decision about how to make that conducive environment for the student, that's something you're really relying on that local school board, principal, and teacher to be responsible for.
Along with the parent. The parent drives that discussion. They know their children best. There isn't one teacher that knows my kids better than me.
I want to switch gears on you, sir, if you don't mind. And if we could kind of go back in time to roughly March of 2020, the onset of the COVID crisis. Were you in the same position that you are in now when that occurred?
Yes, sir.
And initially, would you agree, we didn't expect it to be this long lasting thing, right?
I think that's fair. We were learning a lot about the pandemic, and I testified earlier that a lot of those early conversations, the best thinking at that time was to what we refer to as flatten the curve. And if we can get there a couple weeks, I know when we asked school districts to pivot to extending their spring break, I really felt like at some point in May, they were going to come back to school and end up the school year the way we had hoped and anticipated.
Now, that decision was made, I'm sure, in coordination with the Department of Health as a matter of public safety.
That's correct. Right. We worked with the Department of Health when we looked at making any plans such as that.
Okay. And when school shut down, we didn't ask any of the parents whether or not they wanted to go ahead and send their kids in anyway.
So I'm going to go back, and I stated this earlier. When we say schools shut down, our schools really never shut down. We may have pivoted to the way we derived instruction, but we stayed connected to our students. And in fact, some of our schools were still providing related services to our students with disabilities throughout all of March, April, and May, because they weren't able to replicate those services in a distance learning environment. But it was important for us to stay connected to our students, as well as not just providing academics, but meals as well. So we had to be creative and innovative in our approach to the way we stayed connected to families. It was a lot different than what we had hoped for at the start of the school year. But it became very clear. In fact, if I remember correctly, I'm going back. A lot of our childcare facilities stayed open. A lot of our related services stayed open. Even though they may have closed for a week or two, we started bringing our campuses back open before the end of the school year. They never really closed.
And I want to clarify then, when I say that the school closed, what I'm referencing then is that the majority of students were not appearing on campus for education. That was being done at that point primarily remotely.
Okay.
Parents were not involved in that decision, were they? When we go back to that point in time, when the schools in March of 2020 shifted and pivoted to online learning, that was for everybody, absent a few extraordinary circumstances.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, even from that point, going through the next summer, the big discussion was, how do we open schools back up in the fall, and how do we do that safely? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you a participant in those discussions, both at the state level and then with the LEAs, about how we were going to do this safely?
That's correct.
There was a huge concern about all of the students returning in person and being around each other while this virus was still spreading, because of the challenges with physical distancing in a classroom. Right?
That sounded like a statement. Did I miss?
Sorry. Sometimes on cross-examination, it's a statement with a pretend question mark at the end, but but that was one of the big concerns, wasn't it? That accomplishing true physical distancing of students and sometimes already overcrowded schools was going to be a huge challenge for school districts.
That was a big topic of discussion, is how can we work with our local Department of Health. So, and I keep going back to the guidance we gave. We're an education agency. We don't navigate through the mitigation strategies of COVID exposure, risk, and spread. Our guidance is work with your local Department of Health. We're getting support from our Department of Health at the state level to give you guidance, but ultimately when looking at social distancing or implementing best strategies that work best for you, work with your local Department of Health to come up with those practices. And then here are some resources to help you with implementing
that. As we transition then from what I think everybody agrees was a challenging year between folks who kept their kids home, those who went back, it was just a challenging year all around. Would you agree?
I would say it had its highs and lows. How about that?
Fair. My experience is more limited than yours, but was it the most challenging year in school that you've been involved in?
I don't think I could say that. I think challenge is relative to the pressures that you're facing every day, and dealing with this pandemic. Depending on the time or day, we've had some very strong challenges navigating through hurricanes. We've had strong challenges navigating through school shootings. We've had challenges navigating through financial emergencies. There's always pressing issues and challenges that we face in education. And that's why I have so much respect for educators, because they're always able to meet and exceed those expectations with style and grace.
If we look at where we were in Florida in our schools by the end of last school year, would you agree, or at least if you're aware, COVID numbers were largely down, oftentimes into the low single digits of positivity? Is that consistent with your recollection?
That'd be hard for me to answer. And this is why you keep asking me Department of Health questions and data around the specifics that are happening around the state. What I can tell you throughout the school year, the comfort level of parents sending their children to school for face-to-face instruction went up every single day. So when you start using terms about schools were overcrowded, classrooms were overcrowded back in August, well, there was virtual options and parents were executing the right to choose those options. As the school year continued from where we started in August and where we ended in May, more and more families became more comfortable with the mitigating strategies and knowledge that school districts were putting in place to keep their children safe, and were afforded the opportunity to do so. I don't track those numbers every single day. That's the Department of Health that manages that data. I work with districts to make sure our students are in a safe environment and learning.
Would you agree that even as far back as the end of last school year, there had begun to be a push from Governor DeSantis and Commissioner Corcoran as to whether or not masks would be implemented in this school year?
Well, I think that's evident in the memo that we referenced earlier. I believe that was from April.
Right. And so before the end of last school year, even, we were already talking about how this year we weren't going to do masks. Right. Would you agree with me, sir? April and the calendar comes well before July.
It's at the end of the school year. July is in the summer when we're planning for an upcoming school year.
All right. But as far back as April, we were already somewhat planning next school year. We had this memorandum. This is the goal. This is what we're going to do.
And I tell you, a lot of that's because parents felt their rights were being violated by sweeping decisions to mask every child, and wanted flexibility options because they felt like their child's learning opportunities were being limited. We had to take that into consideration as we were moving towards summer learning, robust summer learning programs that we were opening across the entire state. as well as the return of school in August.
Is there anything, as far as you're aware, and maybe this is a local LEA kind of question, but is there anything that would stop a parent today or for this year who didn't want their child to be masked, electing one of those virtual options you've spoken so highly of?
A parent could choose a virtual option today.
Okay. And I believe for some of the Florida virtual schools, we're past the enrollment deadline. I don't know if that's a soft deadline.
I didn't hear, I can't understand you. Slow down, please, and start again.
Try it again.
My apologies, I'm court reporter. The enrollment period for Florida virtual school, I believe that deadline may have passed. Are you aware if that's a hard deadline or a soft deadline?
I think when it comes to being a full-time student, that may have passed, but there's the Flex program, which I believe has revolving dates that can take students on throughout the school year.
Right. And while those virtual options are good options, they're separate options from the classroom option.
Well, there's some students that do both. There are some students that tailor their schedule based on their needs. I as a former high school principal, I can tell you we had some students that came to school for face-to-face instruction for first and second period, did dual enrollment on a college campus for third and fourth period, and did a virtual school class for fifth and sixth period. Every child's schedule looks different, and it was built around their needs.
Let me rephrase that. The virtual option that was largely available statewide last school year included more or less a live feed into a physical classroom where the student was essentially there virtually, right? It was as if they were sitting at a desk in the classroom, but they were at home. Okay?
So
that isn't what Florida virtual schools option is this year.
So Florida Virtual School is an online class that has a teacher assigned to that student, and it's an independent curriculum. What you're speaking to is the asynchronous or synchronous opportunities that were available in our classrooms. We heard overwhelmingly from our school district leaders, teachers, and principals that option was not conducive for student learning. Those students were not being successful, and they did not. In fact, before the authority went on for this school year that wasn't available, many districts came out already and said, we're not offering this again this year. We tried it, we did our best. It's not conducive learning. In fact, many of the school districts shut that asynchronous learning down by winter break because students were not learning at the same levels as if they were in a full virtual option or in a face-to-face environment. So that option is not available this year.
You can give me just a moment, sir. I'm kind of reviewing my notes here. I think we've covered most of what I would like to, but I won't get another chance to ask you some questions if you would bear with me. Your Honor, I think I have no further questions for the witness at this time.
Okay. Is there any desire for redirect, Mr. Burns?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah. Let me know. We can take a break before or after. Do you wish to break before? Or you want to wait and finish your redirect and then take a break?
I'm just going to ask the questions now. It won't
Okay.
take long.
Just
Your
want to
Honor.
make sure everybody's okay. Mr. Burns is pretty good to his word on time. So go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chancellor Levi, I know you were asked questions on cross-examination about the reasoning behind the mask mandate. That's not a Department of Education rule, correct?
That's correct. When we look at the Department of Health rule and how it outlined procedures that should be instituted to govern the control of COVID-19 in public schools, there was 4 components, one of which dealt with masks and saying that they can be used as a mitigating strategy, but the school must allow for a parent or legal guardian of that student to opt out from wearing a face mask. That is from the Department of Health rule.
Do you also remember being asked on direct about Florida being a diverse state?
Yes.
Aren't individual school districts diverse?
I believe so, yes.
And individual schools are also diverse, correct?
Yes.
And so a decision that would cover even an entire school may not meet the needs of every child within it, correct?
I believe so. And this is why we say we should be making surgical, not sweeping decisions when determining policies and best practices, because every child's unique abilities and needs are different.
You were also asked about handling bodily fluids in school. Does the Department of Health come up with the protocols for handling bodily fluids in school?
I don't know if I know the answer to whether or not the Department of Health determines the protocols. I know there's a lot of specific training. It's often referred to as bloodborne pathogen trainings. I believe the Department of Health is a part of that conversation, and we work with our staff to make sure that we can implement it safely with fidelity.
Are schools allowed to put in the clear plastic shields around desks to mitigate the spread of COVID?
Absolutely. In fact, there are many districts that did do that. And I go back to those CARES dollars, those relief dollars that school districts were able to tap into to supplement the learning environments. Purchasing equipment such as shields or plastic shields is a very much allowable expense. And in fact, there's some districts that did purchase that for every student in their district.
Are school districts free to implement social distancing?
Yes, and in fact, I would think that that's part of those best practices that they're encouraged to do.
Are school districts encouraged to increase sanitation, both in the physical structure and with the students?
Well, when I go back to the Department of Health's rule and those kind of 4 underlying principles that we're talking about, that was one of the principles that schools should encourage routine cleaning of classrooms in high traffic areas, encourage students to wash their hands throughout the day, and importantly, if students or adults feel sick, stay home. And then that 4th component was around masks being used as a mitigating strategy, but that parents have the flexibility to opt out.
Chancellor Oliva, thank you for what you do for Florida school children. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Chancellor, I appreciate your time that you've spent here. You're free to go. You're released from your witness obligations, unless, of course, the defendant attorneys wish you to be back. But unless they do wish to be back, you're free to watch this proceeding, if you so choose, on YouTube. I'm not requiring you, however, to watch us. So thank you so much. I think we have, let me ask the defense counsel, do we have any other defense witnesses?
No, Your Honor, there are no more defendants have no other witness.
And I think does the plaintiffs have any rebuttal witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Kreisman.
Dr. Kreisman. Okay, so why don't we let's take a break to 4:15, then we'll bring Dr. Kreisman back. Do you think that'll give us time to be finished by 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I ask?
Or I'm just trying to find out who's talking. Oh, Mr. Dean, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have another emergency hearing at 4:20 in a mask mandate case in Duval County.
That's the one you filed in Duval County in circuit court over there?
Yes, sir. It's bounced to the senior judge, the chief judge who assigned it to a senior judge and he set the hearing at 4:20. I respect the fact that this case takes priority, but if there's any way we could handle Dr. Kreisman now.
Now, instead, okay, I'll be glad to do it now. How long, plaintiff's counsel, do you think it would take to handle your witness? Mr.
Maybe
Sheridan?
10 to 15 minutes if I can move quickly and without objection. I'll try and get it out as quickly as I can.
So, Mr. Bean, if I were to break and give you a chance to go to that hearing, would you be able to do that and then come back
Yes, Your Honor.
after that?
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
how long do you think that hearing will take?
10 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, so make sure I understand.
And I only have Kreisman until 5.
Well,
I know. I'm just trying to respect his.
This is your hearing in Danheim versus Episcopal School over there in Jacksonville.
Yes, Your Honor, I don't want to interfere with plaintiff's case. If I need to ask the Duval County judge to move the hearing, I will.
I don't mind you going ahead and go to that hearing. I'm not bound by my 5 o'clock deadline. The parties are more important to me than any artificial deadline I may set. I know lawyers have other cases. We can go as long as we need to after that. If you'll ask Dr. Is it Chrysler? Kreisman, would you ask him to please indulge us because we're trying to do lots of things at once, and we'll come back and I'll ask the court reporter to indulge me to go a little bit after 5, but I'll try to slow talk as much as possible. And so, we can start. Mr. Bean, you need to, it's 5 after. It seems to me the best way is for you just to have some time to get prepared, do your hearing, and let's try to come back at 4:30-ish.
Your Honor, I'm prepared for my 4:20 hearing. I prepared for this contingency. If Mr. Sheridan could just break off at 4:18, we have it set up in the other room. I'm just going to walk right over there. And I don't want to impede the plaintiff's case.
All right, no problem. Mr. Sheridan, you want to go ahead and start?
Sure.
And then we'll take our break while Mr. Bean's on his other case.
Just someone raise their hand or say something to me so I know it's time and I'll stop.
Well, here's Dr. Kreisman. He's in. So, Dr. Kreisman, do y'all want, he testified, what's today, Wednesday? He testified yesterday. Dr. Kreisman, I consider you still under oath. So, Mr. Sheridan, why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor.
4:16-17, Mr. Bean, something like that.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm going to take my $18 watch off and keep it right here for you.
All right.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Kreisman, during his testimony, witness Bhattacharya repeatedly touted the import regarding controlled testing regarding the efficacy of masking to prohibit the spread of COVID for school-aged children. Do you know what randomized controlled testing is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In the topic that we're here before the court discussing, which is the use of masking for school-aged children, would it be ethical to do randomized controlled testing of school-aged children for determining mask efficacy in the spread of COVID?
It would be ethically difficult.
Can you please and why?
I'm sorry. I could you repeat the answer?
Y'all really, I know it's the end of the day, we're tired, but Mr. Sheridan, you have to really be careful that we only speak one at a time. So why don't you re-ask the question and then ask the doctor to answer it for you.
Can you please explain why it would be ethically difficult?
Sorry, one moment. My sound device may have been the wrong one. Let me try this. Is that better for the court reporter?
Yes.
That's good. Thank you, doctor.
Okay. For it to be a truly double-blind study, that would be hard because you'd have to somehow not let the children know who was wearing masks and who weren't. And you'd also have to potentially put children without masks into infectious situations. So to be ethically challenging and practically challenging.
Are you familiar with a study called the Chan study, or referred to as the Chan study?
Correct.
Okay. And what is that study?
That is a study looking at the COVID-19 epidemic. It was done by an epidemiologist, which is Dr. Bhattacharya's field, looking at whether masks are useful or not, to paraphrase greatly.
What was the title of that study? Sorry.
COVID-19 epidemic, disentangling the re-emerging controversy about medical face masks from an epidemiologic perspective.
And Your Honor, I believe we've submitted that as a supplemental exhibit during the course of this trial.
Hold on. Have you submitted it to the defendants?
I believe it was
Your Honor,
electronic.
We have no objection to Exhibit 27, Your Honor.
All right.
Other than relevance, and we'll discuss that on cross. Thank you.
Okay, so let me see what I have here. I have Defendant's Exhibit 27, which is from the International Epidemiological Association, COVID-19 epidemic, etc., by Dr. Chan and Dr. Y.E.N. So I will admit that as Exhibit 27. You may proceed.
What proposition does that study stand for?
It's simply looking to lay some facts on whether masks work or not. And it divided it up into 3 key questions. The first question was, can infected individuals reduce the risk of spreading the virus to others by wearing a face mask? And their answer to that was unambiguously, that's correct. The next part was, can uninfected people reduce the risk of wearing face masks? And they felt that was somewhat at the center of the controversy, but they cited data from Hong Kong during flu epidemics showing significant benefit to the society in terms of lowered numbers of infection from wearing masks. And then the third part was, can the widespread use of masks in a population facilitate control of an epidemic? And they said, yes, it can, in addition to the potential direct benefits discussed above, which I think is what we're concerned with.
Thank you. Is there anything more you'd like to comment on regarding that study?
Not at this time. I just think we've had back and forth with each side presenting data about face masks. I don't know that anybody's going to put down a black and white statement, but this one comes pretty close in terms of its using the word unambiguous in terms of the benefit first cited.
Your Honor, if I could inquire, Mr. Bean, was the Danish study that Dr. Bhattacharya referenced during his testimony, was that entered into evidence by the defense?
Mr. Sheridan, I don't know if we entered the Danish study. I know that Dr. Bhattacharya commented on it in his declaration. Mr. Burns?
Everything attached to the declaration.
Everything that was attached to Dr. Bhattacharya's declaration was submitted and entered, but I can't remember specifically if that was the Danish study was in it.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 14, if it is in evidence. I think that's everything he was relying on, I think. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
Thank you. Dr. Kreisman, during his testimony, witness Bhattacharya relied on a March 2021 Danish study titled Effectiveness of Adding a Mask Recommendation to Other Public Health Measures to Prevent SARS-CoV-2 Infection in Danish Mask Wearers. Are you familiar with that study?
I have a copy of the study here. It was dated 2020, so it does antedate Delta as many of the other documents do.
And does that study address the effectiveness of masks on controlling the spread of COVID, or is it just focused on mask wearers?
It seems to be more focused on mask wearers rather than the source person who might be emitting the infected particles. So no, it doesn't address that well.
Okay. Are you aware of a study that Dr. Bhattacharya referenced regarding increased hemoglobin levels in mask wearers?
I am. That one came to mind reading the literature that circulates amongst pediatric pulmonologists, and it was refuted by a further study, an Italian study. The Danish study you're referring to suggests that Danish blood donors who wore masks had higher hemoglobin levels because their oxygen levels declined because of wearing a mask. So this was actually studied by an Italian group who took children, I believe, less than 24 months and another group between 2 years and 12 years of age. And they studied as close as you can without sticking a needle in somebody. They studied their blood oxygen level through a device called an oximeter and their carbon dioxide levels through a capnograph inserted behind the mask. And they measured these levels without these little ones exercising. Then they had them exercise, so stress conditions, if you will, and found that the wearing of a mask did not either drop their oxygen, which is what the Danish study purported to have shown, or increase their carbon dioxide, which the Danish study didn't show. So bottom line, wearing a mask, if you're a healthy enough person and aren't on oxygen already or something like that, if you wear a mask, it should not inhibit your ability to breathe, basically.
So is it correct then that the Italians did this randomized controlled trial in their study that the Danish didn't do, and the study relied upon by Witness Bhattacharya?
Yes.
Okay. What is your impression of the Brown study that the Governor DeSantis relies upon in his executive order?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just pulling it up. I've got a lot of papers on my desk now. The Brown study is the COVID-19 mitigation practices and COVID-19 rates. That study actually states quite clearly, I think it's on the last page, that it should not be used to imply that masks are ineffective. It went through a lot of data, again, pre-Delta data. But I think it was fairly clear in saying that there were a lot of variables they couldn't account for, and that one shouldn't simply blanket take this study and say, please don't wear masks.
Mr. Gallagher, what exhibit number is the California study that we submitted today?
Could I ask Dr. Kreisman, are you referring on the Brown study to the second page of the study just above the data collection methods portion?
I'm sorry, was that coming from you, Your Honor?
Yes, this is for me. Is that what you're reading from?
No, sir, that is correct. On the second page, they talk about focusing on mandates and not actual behavior. It's somewhere on the last page as it's written, and it's found right above discussion.
Oh, it says, quote, "It is important to note that this does not imply masks are ineffective, as these results focus only on the masking in schools and do not take community behavior into consideration."
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I know what you're reading from. Thank you, sir.
Charles?
So the California study was the preceding.
Okay. Why don't we take a break right now? Thank you, Mr. Bean. And we'll be back in about 15. I'll come back and check on everybody in 15 minutes. And if Mr. Bean's not finished, we'll give him whatever time he needs. Dr. Kreisman, I appreciate your time and bearing with us, because we are trying to do sometimes 2 or 3 things at once. So, Mr. Bean, I'm going to go off now and I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I go forward, I'd like to move in, I believe it's Exhibit 26 of our supplemental Exhibit 26, that California study.
Where is it?
Should have been filed at some point today. I think it was filed earlier this morning. I'll defer to co-counsel Gallagher because he's been the one handling filing of the
Yes,
exhibits.
where that is as good as mine.
Was filed around 11 this morning, and I believe we sent with Barbara a copy of both.
Let me see if she has it. She gave me some stuff, but I have so many papers. Right. I'll try to find it out. My judicial assistant, I can't locate right now. It's Exhibit 26, and you sent it about 11 this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there
Screen share if you like as well.
is there any objection to? I haven't seen it. I may have it. It may be on this desk somewhere, but
That's fine, Your Honor. The defendants is simply, wow. Wow.
yes, that's just the best part, Mr. Dean.
Very good. No, the only objection the defendants had to it is that it was produced or published, I'm sorry, August 23rd, 2021. So that's our relevance objection, Your Honor. So
Okay, I'll admit it. I'll tell you what, let me get a piece. I will try to post this on my printer to remind me. I'm sure it's in here. And
And I can screen share if it helps.
okay, go ahead. Wait a
Charles,
second.
will you screen
Maybe
share that,
this is
Charles?
it right here. Supplemental trial brief. That's August 25th, day 10, a supplemental trial brief.
That's not ours, huh?
Plaintiff. Oh, trial exhibit. I have it, Exhibit 26. I found it.
All right, great. Charles, take it off if you can.
Hold on a second. Let me tell my judicial assistant, don't worry about printing it again.
you can always use 2 copies. She might want to take it home and read it.
Okay. This is Exhibit 26, right?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right. Dr. Kreitzman, have you had an opportunity to review what we are calling as Plaintiffs 26, which is a California study titled Model-Based Assessment of SARS-CoV-2 Delta Variant Transmission Dynamics Within Partially Vaccinated K-12 School Populations?
I have reviewed it.
You might be talking into the wrong speaker again, Dr. Kreitzman. Or the wrong
We don't know if
microphone.
he said I have or haven't reviewed
Yeah, I
it.
don't
I
either.
apologize, I'm a bit soft-spoken. Is that better? I said I have reviewed it.
Okay.
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
And having read it, what is your interpretation of what it says?
I think it's an interesting study in that it's one of the few we've looked at that looks at more real-world conditions because it addresses Delta rather than the previous variants. It's a modeling study, so it's making estimates. But I think the fascinating part about it, and I honestly don't know what page this is on because this is not numbered, and shall I just read a very small portion of the relevant paragraph?
If you find it to be relevant and important, yes, please.
Okay, so they're talking about NPIs, which are non-pharmaceutical interventions. So they're talking about things like masks, cohorting students, and testing. And they found that within school, NPIs, doing all these layers put together, were most effective at reducing excess symptomatic cases within elementary and middle schools, regardless of levels of community vaccine coverage, and within high schools with lower community vaccine coverages. And then they go through a whole bunch of percentages, but their bottom line was that masking as a layer was an effective tool. And that's I think important because it addresses a Delta variant, which we haven't addressed well up until now because there wasn't much data on it. And B, it's actually saying that it works. Their estimate that universal masking in areas where vaccine coverage was greater than 70% would show great help from masking. And they also estimated that even in communities with lower vaccination rates, such as us, that universal masking rather just than masking of the unvaccinated only was helpful. Now, I freely confess to you, I do not understand all the statistics in this. This is a multi-page study. So I read it last night and I read it again this morning, and I tried to distill out from it what I thought would be helpful nuggets.
What do we know about vaccination for children under the age of 12?
Mr. Sheridan, I believe he read from the last paragraph on page either 9 or 10 of that study.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes.
What do we know about children under the age of 12 as far as vaccination goes, Dr.
Not
Grossman?
eligible.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
They're not eligible.
Are you familiar with the Barrington Declaration?
The Great Barrington Declaration, as it was known, was, I think, possibly chaired by Dr. Bhattacharya and some of his eminent colleagues. To my understanding, it focused on protection of those most at risk, but allowed herd immunity, so-called, to build up by exposing lower risk populations to infection. And definition of lower risk is a little, depends on your perspective. If it's your child that gets COVID, I don't think you'll regard them as low risk. A lot of his equally eminent colleagues that reviewed the Barrington Declaration were highly critical of it, to say the least. And so I don't feel it's well regarded outside of his circle of proponents. Where you talk about allowing societies to be open and letting herd immunity take over, Dr. Bhattacharya, I believe, has quoted Sweden often as having a very open policy initially. But what's been clearly shown in both the lay press and in some literature is that Sweden's numbers went up a bit too quickly, and some official policies were reversed, and I'm not sure that he addressed that.
He did accuse Dr. Fauci of propaganda, referring to the Great Barrington Declaration as I think he said, let it rip. But in your characterization of that, you do agree that there was some masking or some protocols that were recommended to stop the spread of COVID, correct?
In the Greater Barrington Declaration?
Yes.
I have not read the entire declaration.
Okay. Are you aware of any organization recommending non-compliance with the CDC protocols?
Other than the state of Florida?
Sure.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the phrase selection bias?
I don't know that I could give you a statistician's definition of it.
Okay. Are you familiar with the phrase confirmation bias?
Again, I'm not a statistician.
Okay. You have a thought experiment that you use to explain the issue that we're talking about today. I believe you call it the granny to mask ratio.
Well, if the court will permit me, I don't want this to be seen as levity in any shape or form. But Dr. Bhattacharya, I alluded yesterday in his point 52, said that a variant circulating in the population poses little additional risk of hospital overcrowding or excess mortality. I and many of my colleagues work in hospitals, and I cannot let that statement stand. Our hospitals are bursting at the seams. Our staff's burned out. Our nurses want to quit. Our ERs are full. We're weary. And we need a multi-layered approach to helping this pandemic or dampening down this pandemic. Vaccinations being one. Lots of information about masking, and I have numerous recitations, I won't call them studies, taken on American battleships, taken in hairdressing salons with infected hairdressers who masked and clients who masked, who didn't get ill. Many, many things showing that masking is effective. We just don't have that randomized controlled trial to lay it in stone that we all need to be wearing masks under certain circumstances. So short of that, I thought I could maybe, Councillor Bean asked me yesterday about societal responsibility, and I went home and thought about this. And again, I apologize to the court, I do not mean this to be frivolous. I'm thinking of explaining it by saying, if child A wears a mask and child B's grandmother in his class, who he's never met, doesn't get COVID because that mask that he's wearing through whatever transmission and to his friends in school, she doesn't get exposed. That's one scenario. If that same child A, 11-year-old who couldn't get vaccinated but is wearing a mask and is asymptomatic at this time, wears his mask correctly, and Granny B, C, and D don't get ill, is that enough for our society? Or do we need child A through X in the classroom, all of them to be wearing masks? And maybe only Granny B, who he's never met, doesn't get ill. The point I'm trying to make is that we have a responsibility to do whatever we can so that we can lower the morbidity, mortality rates that we're seeing in adults and in children. And it's no longer an abstract to me. Last year, during the pandemic, it was somewhat abstract because we were working hard, we were doing everything we could, but we didn't have the deluge of patients. Now I'm being asked to tell patients, please don't come to my emergency room. You're not going to get seen there for 6 hours. So that's what I meant by the granny to mask ratio. It's just a way to sort of humanize what we've been talking about. Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Mr. Bain, any cross?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Kreisman, thank you for delaying slightly. Dr. Kreisman, is the World Health Organization a credible medical association?
It is a credible medical association.
It disagrees with the CDC on the age which masks should be worn by human beings, correct?
It does.
Okay. And doctor, are you aware today that England and Wales announced that face masks are no longer required in their public schools?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well, it's on the news today. The doctor, on the exhibit 26, plaintiff's exhibit 26, you read from page, as the judge noted, page 9, I believe. Would you turn to page 14, please?
Not sure we're on the same numbering scheme because that is page 12 that I read from, I believe. Can you give me the heading?
Okay.
14?
Yes, sir. It says students, it's underlined, students and faculty wear masks. Your Honor, it's on page 14 of the copy that we received from the plaintiffs, but I'm not sure.
Well, let me, is it one of these spreadsheet tables?
No, Your Honor. It's a standard paper picture of, the lines of writing. It's the header on that page is number 2, students and faculty wear masks. It's underlined. It's the header that it's toward the rear of the document that I have, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Not very, and not exactly at the end, but the last page I have is page 19. So if you flip forward to page 14, Your Honor.
Yes, I think I'm at page 14, but I can't find.
The header on the, what is the header on page 14, Your Honor?
What I'm looking at is interventions required to reduce incidents attributable.
I'm on that same page, Your Honor.
And they have page numbers. They don't have that at the beginning.
Yep, Your Honor, at the very end of the document, I'm sorry, there are page numbers. If you go to flip to the very last page of the
document, I see conclusion,
Yep.
acknowledgement, footnotes.
You see page 19 on the bottom left footnote or footer?
Hold on, I'm looking. Oh, I go to the very end. Okay.
Yep.
14.
And if you go to page
Students and faculties wear face masks.
Correct.
It's at the very end, and at the very end, there are some pages on the left-hand corner.
I have it.
There you go.
We have it. Okay.
So Dr. Kreisman, if you could follow along under paragraph 2, quote, students and faculty wear masks. In this scenario, we assume that both students and teachers wear masks while at school, period. We assume that the mask both reduce the likelihood of acquiring COVID-19 as well as the likelihood of transmitting it, period. We assume that the effectiveness of masks for elementary school children is 15%. The effectiveness for middle school children is 25%. The effectiveness for high school children is 35%, and the effectiveness for teachers is 50%. It then goes on, but those are three assumptions that this paper makes, correct?
I lost you there. Are you still on page 14?
Yes, I was reading the top paragraph.
Okay, I got it.
Right. So if you could read that to yourself so the court reporter doesn't have to type it, but there are three assumptions that this paper makes as to students and faculty wear masks, correct?
They're making a percentage assumption, yes.
Yeah, they're making three different assumptions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And based on that, they come to their conclusion, correct?
They're using that for a model, correct? This is not, as I said at the outset, this paper was not a real world paper, it was a modeling scenario.
And it has not been peer reviewed either, correct?
Correct.
And so this paper assumes mask work, correct?
I don't know that it assumes mask work, it assumes an efficacy percentage of how well they work. It doesn't say I assume they work or I don't, or they don't work.
Doctor, on exhibit 27, which you just discussed.
Which one is
It's
27? I beg your pardon.
Yes, sir. It's the Chan
Oh,
study.
okay, I have it.
Now, this study, the publication date is March 2020. Your Honor, I can wait.
I have it.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
The publication date is March 2020, correct, Dr.
That's
Kreisman?
correct. Correct.
And you would agree, Dr. Kreisman, that today, August 2021, we know a lot more about COVID-19 and the variants than we did in March of 2020?
Correct.
Now, Dr. Kreisman, did I understand you correctly to say on your direct testimony that Dr. Chan's study is the most unambiguous study on masks that we have available?
No, I think I was quoting his text in that he said, and I'm quoting him, that the answer to this is unambiguous.
Because that study was, so you don't believe that then, correct?
I don't think I said that.
No, you don't believe, I know you said you were reading the statement, correct?
I am reading the statement, yes.
Right, do you believe that? Do you agree with that statement?
The question is, can infected individuals reduce the risk of spreading the virus to others by wearing face masks? And the answer to that is unambiguous. I agree with that.
Okay. And that's based on a study that from a disease in 2003, correct?
No, I don't know that it is. I think it's based on a welter of knowledge, including a study from the SARS coronavirus, which preceded this virus.
This is dealing with the 2003 virus, correct? Thank you. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm sorry, if you could go back to plaintiff's exhibit 26, and if you could go back to that page 14.
Okay, I'm with you.
I believe you said, well, let me just make sure. In their paper on page 14, paragraph 2, they do assume that the masks are effective, do they not? We assume that the masks both reduce the likelihood. That would mean they assume the masks were effective, correct?
That's what it states.
Yeah, so you were smiling, and your earlier testimony is, I think, in conflict. I just want to make clear, you agree that they assumed the masks were effective, correct?
Well,
I
that's
agree
what,
with, I agree with what's written there. I'm wondering if the definition of the word assume in a scientific paper is a little different than the legal definition. And that was the only source of my smile.
Very well, Your Honor. Doctor, and you are an honor. The defendants have no further questions for Dr. Kreisman. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kreisman, I was waiting for Mr. Bean to show me how to work that algebra formula. I think that's algebra. I'm not sure, but I think he and I are going to pass on trying to work that. So thank you very much, Doctor.
You're absolutely right.
We appreciate your time here and taking the time out to come back again today. So thank you, sir.
You're very welcome, sir. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, and you're released. Okay, so do we have any more witnesses from either side?
No, Your Honor. May I be released, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for indulging me.
Sure, no problem. And I'll talk to Mr. Abel about, if it's all right, about scheduling and the plaintiff's lawyers. We're at 5 o'clock. What I had hoped we're going to be able to do today, but we didn't get to closing arguments today. I don't want to limit closing arguments. I feel like before I can rule, I need to hear the closing arguments and then take some time to go through my notes, assemble everything, figure out what my ruling is, review the documents, etc. And that's going to take me at least half a day. And I have been too tired every night to go home and spend more than, an hour or so working on this. So what I would suggest is maybe we can do closing arguments tomorrow morning, and then we come back Friday morning and let me rule. How does that work with y'all? If you'd rather do closing arguments sometime other than tomorrow morning, we can do them whenever it's convenient to the parties tomorrow, but I need some time. I need what I call alone time, just with my door closed with no interruptions to sift through this. Mr. Abel, I think you've got a quick glimpse at my desk. That's just the desk part of my office. So what do you think, Mr. Abel? Do you have suggestions on that?
Your Honor, for the defendants, we'll be prepared to provide summations at the time the court indicates and what may be convenient for the court and for counsel, and the court's proposed timing of hearing summations on Thursday and convening the parties to issue the court's ruling on Friday. Your Honor, for the defendants, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, so let me ask the plaintiffs, if we were to come tomorrow morning and do closing, let's say we just start at 9:30 again, do closing, does that work with the plaintiffs also? And then you get the rest of the day off. I'll stay here and keep working, but I'm not anticipating, I don't want the application of Murphy's Law when Mr. Abel, at one time, I used to do a fair amount of real estate as a lawyer. And I discovered Murphy's Law means it makes no difference when you start the closing. You always finish about 5 minutes till 5, and you are running down to the clerk's office to get everything filed. So I don't say we start at 9:30 and then finish at 4 with closing. I'd like to do, 30 minutes to an hour max per side closing, and then give me some time to get everything assembled and work on this. So what do the plaintiffs think?
Your Honor, Craig Wisenhunt for the record. I have a scheduled deposition tomorrow morning at 9:30 in a murder trial that's set to begin in a few weeks. It'll be the last opportunity for us to take that deposition. It should not take us very long to do it. It's going to be over Zoom. But I'd ask if we could perhaps delay the start to 10 or 10:15.
So my guess is you're going to make the close?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Abel, if we start at 10:15, does that work for you?
It does, Your Honor, and I would expect that defendant closing would be closer to the 30 minutes than 60. I know you said 30 to 60, Your Honor, but
I would prefer it to be closer than 32, Mr. Abel. I'm trying to, err on the side of making sure everybody gets to say everything they want to say. So why don't we say 10:15? We do closing tomorrow. I'll tell the YouTube people. Let me see if there's anybody out there. Nope. I'll try to find somebody from court administration to make sure we're starting at 10:15 tomorrow. We're getting a lot of calls as to what our schedule was for tomorrow. And my response was, I don't really know till the end of today. So now we do know. So let's do 10:15, closing on Thursday. And tentatively, 10 o'clock ruling on Friday. Subject to, if I get into it and don't think I'm going to be ready by 10 on Friday, I'll contact you all and let you know. Does that work for everybody?
Absolutely.
works for the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
What I would suggest is that whoever is hiring the court reporter, my suggestion is whatever my ruling is, that I'll be finished as far as the order is concerned, mainly until somebody writes it down for me. It probably would be a good idea to have a court reporter be prepared to do an accelerated transcript. The correct word is escaped me. Expedited transcript. Expedited. So I would just suggest that because I'm going to do whatever I can to make whatever my ruling is. First, I have to figure out what it is, and then I have to make notes on it. I want to do it in as much detail as I can, where you can take the transcript and turn it into a written order pretty easy. But I just don't know that I'm going to have time to do a smooth presentation like I know you all can do, but I will have a complete order ready by Friday. And again, the sooner we get it on paper, the better. But that order is most likely going to be my order in effect as of Friday, unless I change my mind on that. And I want to take everything and look at the plaintiff's extra exhibits. I'm sorry, the defendant's extra exhibits. I did look at those last night, the ones that were put in, and read those, not as quick as I'd like, but I'd like to go through them in some more detail. And so that's sort of where I am. I think that whatever the result in this case, I think we could suggest to the Supreme Court, if they want to know how to try a case really fast, that this might be a good case study on how to do it. It would go from filing to conclusion in what, Mr. Abel, about 2 weeks?
About that, Your Honor, yes.
So that's pretty good, I think. And I don't know whether both sides will be happy, both sides will be unhappy, but I'm going to stay here later tonight and see if I can eat something and get some more work done tonight. And so we'll go from there. But I do want to say to all the attorneys who are both here now and who, if you're not here, have worked on the case, the high level of professionalism was much appreciated by me. Doing a case this fast and under these circumstances is not easy unless the lawyers are prepared and they acting the way, we all aspire to act. I thought the witnesses were courteous. And so from the standpoint of how to handle a case that has sides that disagree on some issues that are very personal to them, I think was well done. And I have no doubt the closing arguments are going to be vigorous but professional tomorrow, and we'll go from there. So, Mr. Weisenhunt, if for some reason your deposition goes longer, I will not start without you.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I think we'll be fine. I should be able to wrap it up in 30 or so minutes. And then I'll be racing to get my brain around this one.
All right, that's what good lawyers do. We multitask. Even we do that because we have to, not because we want to. It's part of the profession. Those who know me know that I'm not the best multitasker, and that's why I'm literally doing nothing but this case. When this case is over, I'll be working on something else, as you all will. So thank you so much. We'll call this Ms. Taylor, thank you so much for being understanding with us.
Your Honor, can I address a question to the court very quickly
Yes,
before we adjourn? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Sure.
The court had reserved a ruling yesterday with respect to, I believe, count 5, which dealt with the plaintiff's failure to name an indispensable party. And I was inquiring if the court was going to rule on that before summations. It does have some impact on how we would argue to the court. And if the court's going to reserve ruling, then we'll argue if all the counts are there. But
my thinking is I probably at this point want to hear the closing arguments on that and maybe just wrap that into my ruling. So we'll, that's probably what I'm going to do. I appreciate it and appreciate your thoughts on that. I can tell you that there aren't many cases where there's lots of cases on this in some parts of this case. In other parts of this case, there's no interpretation on some of the issues we have. So we will, that's what our profession requires us to do, is look to authority and follow that authority if we can, if it's relevant. If not, we try to do our best to understand what the appellate courts and the legislature require us to do, and then we proceed on. So thank you, Mr. Abel. You're right. I probably will rule on that at the end.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow, or everybody that shows up.